Okay, so here we are live. Captain Havfun is supposed to be joining us. He wanted to do a stream with me, and I thought that was a fine idea. So yeah, we're gonna try to do this. I sent him a link to it, so hopefully he should be able to find that, and he'll just show up because I haven't ever done something where I had somebody else on my stream before. So I guess we'll see how that works. In the meantime, I did go and visit with my parents today, my mother and my stepfather. And today was my sister Valerie's birthday, so I got to see her. I didn't get to see my sister Sarah, who it is also her birthday. So, hey there, Retro Tinker, how you doing today? So yeah, pretty decent day. I did find some cool stuff when I went to uh, 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 where I went to the Walmart. Uh, that's not the closest one to my parents' house, but the one that is like the second closest one to my parents' house on the way back to my house. And I found some cool stuff there. So I've got another Masters of the Universe adjacent figure to open up in this you know bunch of Masters of the Universe stuff that I'm opening. So it's a WWE Superstars figure. It's a Scott Hall, which is one I'd wanted to get for a while, and I picked up a second Supergirl from the Injustice video game, the McFarlane Injustice Supergirl, and I wanted one of those to do something custom like with. And I know at one point I was thinking about doing Power Girl, but of course McFarlane eventually did put out Power Girl, so I don't have to make a custom Power Girl anymore. So I know we're going to talk about her, and I've got this Batman. That's the one that came with the Batmobile, and at some point I'm going to open up this Batman, which is the one that they packed in by himself. There we go, and I got the Christian Bale Batman. So we got some cool Batman stuff on the way. I've got more of Sunman and the Rulers of the Sun. This one, the top of the box is really floppy. So so yeah, that'll be part of the He-Man stuff that I'm opening up this week. Tomorrow is when I'm planning on opening up that the what do you call it with the the sketchbook version, I think, of Hordak and Grizzlor, who are vastly different from the Hordak and Grizzlor that we know. So let's see here. Check my okay. So I sent him the link. So hopefully he'll be able to click on that. So right now I'm just kind of stalling for time and talking about whatever. So in case you missed it, when I was doing my unboxing of Snake Face, I did have a cameo from this guy here. This is an Origins version of Cobra Khan that I was able to acquire. I talked about him a little bit, but I was a little disappointed with how they handled the head on this guy because I don't really mind this sculpt on the original Cobra Khan because it's more made to be functional as far as the spray goes. But this one doesn't actually spray, so I kind of figure they probably could have done a more realistic snake-like head for this one. So I am gonna make an alternate head. I did have a couple of different heads that I'd already been looking at on cults3d.com that are made to go on Masters of the Universe figures, and one of them actually had like the Cobra hood unfurled, which is what he looked like on the cartoon whenever he would spray people as his hood would pop out. But of course, the action figure never even had a hood. So Retro Tinker says, I agree they could have updated it a bit if they weren't going to bother making it squirt water. Yeah, see, that's my thing. Is like the original one. It's not a very realistic looking Cobra head, but I kind of I kind of let it slide because, again, it's more sort of a function over form in that case. But that wasn't really the case with this one. He doesn't really. He could have had a more realistic head, and I understand why you'd want to make a toy accurate head. That does make sense to me. But I kind of figure, since these guys are characters with interchangeable heads, they could have packed in a different head. But I guess I got to wait for the cartoon collection of Cobra Khan if I want something more like that. And he better come with an alternate head with the hood popping out, because that was something that was really cool on the cartoon, I think. So, keeping an eye out to see when he's going to show up. But I did send him that link. He said he was going to have to suit up into his costume. So I'm imagining like a Batman suiting up kind of sequence. If he hasn't filmed one of those for his own channel already, maybe he should. So yeah, me, I don't need a costume. I'm scary enough as I am. I already strike fear into the hearts of criminals. But yeah, and I've got some custom stuff I've been working on. So I figured I'd show that off a little bit while we're talking, and have some of the, like I said, I got some figures that we wanted to talk about and discuss a little bit. So and a few surprises. So but yeah, I don't know if he's just gonna. Retro Tinker says, "Let's hope he's the hero we need and not the hero we deserve." I don't even want to think about the hero that I deserve. But yeah, hopefully he'll be along shortly. Let's see. It says guests here. Is that invite guests? So yeah, that's just where I copy that thing again. So I wasn't sure if there was like a backstage or something like that. I've never really done this before. So it's not really something that I have really much of a. Says as banners and media assets, style, scenes, a lot of stuff that I don't really do on here, because I pretty much just sit on my couch and open up action figures. I have seen, like, some of the streamers that I follow on here can do some pretty fancy stuff with StreamYard, but I find that for my purposes, just the bare bones is is pretty much how I do it. But here's a custom figure I was working on. So I figured might as well talk about some of the customs I've been working on. And this is not finished by any means, but this is a Lords of Power version of Skeletor. This is based on the original prototype. Now, Mattel made this as like a PowerCon exclusive, I think. If he's backstage, you should be able to see him, I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I don't see anything that's out of the ordinary right now. It doesn't look like suited up, got the makeup on. Just got to take care of the baby. So he won't need much for a little. Okay, so he's he's on his way. He's on his way. So I just got to stall in the meantime. But oh, hang on a second. Let me go grab something else real quick. There was another one that. Oh, darn it! Knock something over. I always knocking stuff over. So freaking clumsy. I could have sworn I left that one over here. Yeah. So yeah, this one is more based on that prototype figure. Oh, there's a TCCK Gaming. Welcome to the show. So, but yes, this is based on that prototype figure, and somebody had scanned in the head from that con exclusive, so I was able to print one out and make one on my own. I did put, I think, a little more paint detailing onto this one that was on the original one, and I used the armor from the Rise of Evil 2-pack. So because that one looked a little more like the vintage toy. the work in progress part is I still got to do something about these boots, but I haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do about those boots yet. But something. So yeah, when where did it go? Unfortunately, I knocked over something that I had. So now I have to try and find it. Oh, that's a pain. Miss are so clumsy. Okay, here it is. We'll have that to show a little later. And Zazzle's here. Good afternoon, or in my case, good night, or like very early in the morning. It's now by my time almost 1 o'clock in the morning. But I'm a night owl. I'm usually up late anyway. But over there in your part of the world, I know it's it's I know it's already tomorrow. What for me is tomorrow anyway. But yeah, I'll have some cool stuff to show off. I was gonna save some of this stuff to talk about when Captain Havfun actually shows up. So, but he's got adult responsibilities that he's dealing with right now, with kids and whatnot. So, where is the sword that I had for this guy? Because I'd made him a sword. It's somewhere around here, and just I keep knocking stuff in the floor because I keep being a clumsy idiot. Yeah, it's a sword that I 3D printed, so I could just make another one. But yeah, here it is. That's a you know sword that I 3D printed for one of these figures that I'm working on. So you guys will get to see one of these before, a couple of these before they're finished. But yeah, I got some stuff I'm working on. Oh yeah, the other another Skeletor, because I love Skeletor, and I'm just making as many Skeletors as I can. This is one of my personal favorite designs for Skeletor, which is the Alfredo Alcala comic book version. He's the one that I decided to get this glowy power sword, so I thought that one looked really cool with him. So I got the Lords of Power version. I've got the Alcala version. Of course, I've got the vintage Origins version. And I just knocked that guy over. Just going to leave that on the floor for now. I'm going to leave that on the floor because I keep knocking it over. And I've got, of course, the cartoon collection version, which this is one that I actually swapped out the head because I actually did have an old Club Grayskull Skeletor head, and I took a Gundam paint marker and kind of drew in the teeth and a little bit of the shadows underneath his jaw. I wanted to look a little more, or above his jaw, I guess. I wanted to look a little more cartoon accurate, and he needed to have that outline around his teeth because I think that makes him look much creepier. But I like the Club Grayskull head better than the actual cartoon collection head, which is not bad. And especially, I've seen somebody repaint this one to have more of the outlines, like almost like a cell shading with the teeth and the jawbones and everything, and get that to be a little more sort of cartoon accurate, and then it looks a lot better. But I like the way that his hood fits better. You see the way that it hangs underneath the jaw, and this one is just kind of like right up against the jaw. I think that's the main thing that makes this hood look not quite as good to me. So if I did not have this head already, I think something that I could do to fix this and make it work is kind of hollow that out a little bit more and paint black into it. This is not, like I said, it's not really a bad Filmation Skeletor head, but I do think that the old Club Grayskull one was superior. And I've got more Skeletors that I'm working on because I do love me some Skeletor. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. So gonna have to get me an extra anti-Eternia He-Man at some point. We'll just put it that way. So that's a teaser. Oh yeah, that's a teaser. So let's see. I'll set that down. I'm just gonna put that on the floor for now. And then I think you guys saw I showed that off last time. Is not really much showing off because it's not really anything too impressive I did here. But this is just I was just having some fun, and since I had an extra 2000X He-Man and lots of these extra Prince Adam figures that I bought when him and the Battle Ram were on clearance, I put the 2000X He-Man head and sword onto the Prince Adam body, which I think looks really cool. And yes, I know that Prince Adam was not this buff on the 2000X series, but let's just pretend that this is like a few years after 2000X and he's filled out a little bit. And this is older, sort of more robust version of Prince Adam. So let's see, what else do I have over here that I can talk about while I'm stalling? Let's see. What is up with you? Okay. So my vintage Batmobile. This is always over here on the arm of my couch because I just don't have really any place else to put it right now. But it's a beautiful piece, and of course I've got my the old Iron Winch Batman in there because I think he looks great in that particular Batmobile. Need to clean up and organize around here. You see, I've just got stuff piled up over here. Anybody who's been watching my videos for the past few weeks sees this Mummy action figure, which he's going to get opened up eventually. I've got the Future State Batman. I did not get around to opening up during Black History Month. It's Jim Bro Adam. Yes, indeed. And this will be the climax of my upcoming opening of a bunch of Skeletor figures. That's the Vintage Collection Skeletor. I believe this was a Walmart exclusive. But Skeletor out the wazoo. We got a lot of Skeletor coming up. And I don't know if you guys saw this. I don't know if I showed this off yet. When I get around to opening up the McFarlane figures again, hell yes, we finally got the Fleischer Superman, and I'm super excited about that, obviously. And I got a bunch of Superpowers stuff. Oh, let's see what Superpowers stuff I got. The Bat Multicraft. Yeah, I was not able to at the time do the crowdfunding for both. I had to pick one or the other, and the one that I picked was the Bat Multicraft. And then also in here, I do have Batman, which that is a really awesome looking Batman figure. He looks great. And Robin, who, meh. I don't think they did that great a job with that Robin. We'll talk more about that when I open those up sometime in the future. That's probably I'm going to do Superpowers after I do after I open up all this He-Man stuff that I got to open up. So I like to open up my stuff in clumps, and I like to I don't know even know if they're necessarily like themes per se, but just kind of like I guess I'm kind of OCD about wanting to open up everything at the same time. So even then, like if it's one I don't get, uh, something gets delayed or something, I generally don't like to open stuff up immediately. And I think subconsciously that's why I haven't even opened up the GI Joe stuff that I have, because I do have a lot of GI Joe stuff, but the thing that I'm waiting on is Dial Tone because he seems to be delayed for some reason. And I got everything else that I ordered from Big Bad Toy Store at that time. I got Leatherneck, I got Xandar, I got Saw Viper, I got Starduster. So we got lots of good GI Joe stuff to open. Plus, around that time, also I got Iron Grenadier. I got the Iron Grenadier, and I want to say I got something else, but I don't remember what it was as far as GI Joe goes. So, so yeah, that's kind of the upcoming stuff that we got to look forward to on this channel. So What else? What else do I have to talk about in the meantime? There's some weapons I've been printing out, and I found this really cool kind of metallic burgundy color, very close to what I remember the original Manny weapons, the Manny faces that came with extra weapons. It's pretty close to that color, but it's a bit shinier. So I've been printing out some weapons in that filament, and I think that that looks really good. And yeah, see, here's the laser rifle that I printed out in that, and the gray skull sword, that sort of short sword, reminds me of like a Roman or Greek kind of sword. And of course the that kind of, this is bone white is what that filament's called, and I thought that looked pretty much exactly like the color that the original Castle Grayskull weapons rack was in. So I've been printing those out. Look at this bad boy. Yeah, the noisy cricket. The infamous Castle Grayskull laser pistol, one of the most difficult pieces to find in all of Masters of the Universe, because you know this sucker got, sucked up in a lot of vacuum cleaners, lost in a lot of backyards, stuck between a lot of car seats. This guy is a tough nut to crack as far as you're collecting. And I got the files on cults3d.com, and I got the correct filament to print it out. I can make these suckers now. I can make them to my heart's content. And then I just dropped it and lost it. So we'll probably never see that one again, but I can always print out another one, so it's fine. It actually fell in the infamous box of stuff down here. And speaking of stuff in the box of stuff, we have none other than the Cosmic Enforcer. What makes a man go neutral? It's Zodak on his Zodak throne, which I printed out. That took a while to do. Like the throne itself took over like 24 hours. I think it was something like 30 hours. And the platform, that took a good like 15 hours. But this one is actually designed to look like the version of Zodak's throne from the DC comics, and I think it looks really cool. And I chose this kind of it's supposed to be metallic gold, but I don't think it's very metallic. But in the comic book, his throne was colored in that sort of orangish style. So I thought that was a good color to represent that in real life. I suppose they were trying to make it look like the throne that came with Castle Grayskull, because it's clearly drawn to look like that. So I figure that's probably why they colored it in that orangish sort of style. Let me take them out of the throne so you can see that they had one where it was flat, like you could put the sticker in there, but then they had the other one where it was sculpted to have the design in there. And since I don't have a sticker in there, I figured I'd put it in there. But I'd never really noticed before until it was printing out that the kind of design at the head, like the headrest, it looks an awful lot like it's not identical, obviously, but it looks an awful lot like the symbol that's on Zodak's vest. But I think he looks great sitting in there. And this thing is actually made. You see, it's got the same sort of knob at the bottom and this little pin here. So I think it's made that you can use it as a replacement for the original Castle Grayskull throne if if yours is lost or misplaced. My vintage Castle Grayskull is, yeah, my printer is working. I got more stuff printing. I'll talk more about that in a minute. But yeah, it's uh yeah, my vintage Castle Grayskull is missing the entire throne room floor. Like it was one that I got back in like the early 90s, mid 90s. I got it for like $8 at a thrift store or a flea market or someplace like that. But it was missing a lot of pieces, and it was actually missing the entire throne room floor with the trap door and everything like that. But it was like $8, so I didn't really take what I can get. and it wasn't exactly easy to find a Castle Grayskull at that time. This was before eBay was even a thing, I think. So I couldn't even like go on eBay and find something. I had to, be lucky enough to find one that's secondhand. But yeah, what I got printing right now is also on Cults 3D. I found the hey there, glitch. I can't talk. I'm sorry, Glitch Penguin. How you doing today? But yeah, I found on Cults 3D where somebody had a battle armor Zodak set. So it was battle armor that's I guess he scanned the original battle armor He-Man and made it into a plate that kind of like a breastplate that kind of clips onto the figure, like the original Fisto and Jitsu breastplates, and put a Zodak emblem on it. And I love Zodak. Zodak's like one of my favorites. So he made a kit to make a battle armor Zodak set, and it came with like a rifle, and it came with some armor for the forearms and for the shins, which to me looked like it was based off of Man at Arms armor. I'll go ahead and show that to you right now. Which this is one I printed off for another figure, and you can see that this one again, it's that same filament that it's supposed to be metallic gold, but it's not actually very metallic. It's got like just like a little bit of like glittery stuff in it, but not a whole lot. So I'm gonna paint it and make it a little more shiny for my purposes. But I'll show you what figure that's gonna go on in a little bit. But yeah, it was like I think it was called like Heavy Assault Zodak. So he had a rifle that was designed to look like the original Zodak laser pistol, and then he had armor for the shins and some bracers with like some technological doodads on there, and it looked really cool. So, and I was thinking about downloading it just because I liked the removable helmet that was designed for it, and the breastplate, which, like I said, was just kind of battle armor He-Man with the Zodak emblem on there. And I thought that would be really cool to make Zodak with a K from the 2000X series because they haven't made him in classics yet, and he specifically designed it so that you could put that armor onto Clamp Champ, and the helmet is supposed to fit onto Clamp Champ's head, and that way you can make Zodak with a K from the 2000X storyline. Max Games and Friends, good evening. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I saw one of your videos recently because I went and checked out your channel, and I saw where you made that 2000X, the animated Beastman. I thought that was really cool. You just bought the Masterverse Pighead. Awesome. I hope you enjoy it. He's a pretty interesting figure. I'll say that. So I still need to get the Masterverse Sunman. So I still don't have the Masterverse Sunman. So Captain Havfun is probably still taking care of his kid right now, so he should be showing up. 2,000 eggs? Oh, I wish I had 2,000 eggs. I'd be like a millionaire right now. I'd be selling those things, and like egg barons are living like kings right now. But yeah, in the I remember in the Masters of the Universe Classics continuity, since uh they had the two different versions of Zodak, they decided they'd have both versions as separate characters. So I figure why not have both versions as separate characters in my Origins collection? And obviously I have the standard, you just saw him, the standard Origins Zodak. So why not go ahead and make, since I already have Zodak with a C, make Zodak with a K. And Max says, I can't understand where to put the snake accessory. Well, mine, I just got kind of like wrapped around his torso because that's what it looked like they did with it on the illustration on the side of the package. But really, what that snake is supposed to be is in the original mini comic that came with the original Sunman figures. you can probably find it if you Google it. That's how I found it. Is he throws his mace at you, and it turns into a snake when he throws it at you. They're both kind of they're both kind of molded in that sort of translucent blue plastic. Uh, oh, Lone Dragon, you're. I'm not even gonna say that. Oh yeah, so this is the first Masters of the Universe Origins custom that I did, which was a very simple repaint, which is Red Beastman. And I'm going to do some tweaks to him. Since now I have a 3D printer, I can actually print him out some more beast-like feet. So he's going to be getting those sometime in the hopefully near future. It looks like I got a little... Oh, here we go. Is that... Are you up here now? There he is. Uh-oh. Did I move too soon? I think I moved too soon. I was just watching Twins the other day, or I was watching Twins earlier. I started watching it the other day, and I had to go to sleep. So I watched the rest of it today, and that's one of the things Arnold says a lot in Twins is, "You moved too soon." So I'd be thinking about that. But yeah, this was the first Origins custom that I ever made, and of course, me being, a total Alfredo Alcala fanboy, especially when it comes to Masters Universe. Dude did a lot of great comics, especially as an inker, but the Masters of the Universe stuff, that's just like chef's kiss perfection. But I absolutely had to do a red version of Beastman. So at the time that Beastman was a little more common, this original Beastman figure, I just bought another one and painted him red. It's a really simple and effective custom. I didn't repaint the armor at all because obviously it was already red. The only thing I did to it was repaint the medallion on his chest, since it was yellow in the original comic, which I figured that meant it was supposed to be gold. And of course, I had to give him like those kind of wide eyes with those little pinpoint pupils in there, the way he drew them in that mini comic. I was mainly thinking about. I'll show you the exact panel in He-Man and the Power Sword. He's only colored red in that particular comic. You can see him red there, and he's got those pinpoint pupils there, like I'm talking about. But that's King of Castle Grayskull. I went past it, and you can kind of see it here too, where it's just like those, like I said, pinpoint pupils. You can see this a lot better if you Google it, because you can find scans of these pages on the internet, obviously. But I'll show you the exact panel that I was thinking of. It was this one right here, where he's fighting Tila, and he's just got that shocked look on his face. And I'm like, I got to get those crazy eyes. And somebody had Red Rocket. Oh, jeez. But yeah, I definitely wanted to get him with those. I posted on Facebook, and somebody said he looked like he was on meth. Yeah, pretty much. So that is that. I don't know where his whip is, but I can make him another whip. It's not that big a deal. So I was thinking about redoing his head too, because I know there's some good Beastman heads to print out. So I was thinking about maybe printing him out another head. The beauty of these Masters of the Universe Origins figures is, since their heads are made to be removable, you can swap them around any which way you want. I mean, we've already seen that. I put the 2000X Prince Adam head on that one, and oh, what do I do with that 2000X figure? Let's have a look at that. So I took this extra He-Man head that I have, and thankfully He-Man always has a lot of extra heads in a lot of these sets. That sort of
yeah, I've got that one too.
Yeah. So, hey there. So yeah, I got that on
Is
there.
it,
I think he looks really
is it
cool with
this
that
one right
head.
here you're talking about? You got this one. This it zooms, by the way. Oh, wait, how about zoom? Forget. Oh yeah. There we go.
Yeah, that's that 2000X one. So, and I really like the design of the 2000X He-Man. I like him with the darker browns and the browns on the
Do you see
straps. I
this?
think that,
No.
and all the silver. It's sharp looking. I like it. So, and then the 2000X Power Sword in the back. And of course, my favorite Power Sword is the Alfredo Alcala one. But I've been printing out a bunch of different versions of the Power Sword. I've been having fun with that. So, oh, and I like this one too. Since I have this handy, the new Eternia version. I like the look of that. Which to me, if you saw the live action, the new one coming out, I think it actually looks very similar to the new Eternia Power Sword. So hopefully that movie will be good. We'll see.
I don't have a lot of faith in it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I cautious optimism is the word of the day as far as I'm concerned. So this is one I was waiting to show off as far as my customs go until you came on, because I know you mentioned the other day we were talking about we're both fans of the original movie, the 1987 movie. So I'm working on this guy right now. He's going to take a little bit more work, but there's my homage to Dolph Lundgren in the Origins format. So I did take a few
Nice.
liberties. Yeah, so
Nice.
I could.
I refused to use the Botox He-Man look, so I took a head from one of the Origins figures, and it actually works just fine.
Which Origins figure is it? Let me have a look.
Well, this is well, it was just a I don't know, it was a variant, but
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
I kind of feel like the 2000X figure, it's not quite the same hairstyle, but it's close enough. It's got that sort of mullety look. It's like a little more messy and not quite as feathered. Oh yeah, that one.
Right.
That actually does work really well.
Yeah.
The original Origins head. But yeah, since he's Dolph Lundgren, I can give him a laser rifle too. Since go ahead and give him the have him running around with a laser rifle. I should probably print him out like some black versions of the Grayskull lasers. I think that would look really cool. And this is the other one, so you guys get a special treat because he's nowhere near finished. I still need to do some painting on this one, and I'm gonna make him a different cape because this cape turned out to be too short, and I still haven't figured out what I'm gonna do for his armor yet. But here's what I'm working on: the Frank Langella version of Skeletor. So got a lot of cool stuff. I've got a lot of cool irons on the fire. Try to set him aside now, and hopefully he won't fall on the floor again.
Can you see what that is moving there, by the way? Hovering? It's hovering.
Is that the DeLorean?
Yeah.
Great Scott.
Magnetic hovering DeLorean. And there's no batteries inside this. It's just the electricity flows up from the base invisibly. No,
just works on magnets.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. It was it was a lot, but whatever.
That's pretty cool.
I don't understand technology.
The Zodak I was talking about, his head doesn't stay on very well, so I'm gonna have to figure out something with that. But the Zodak that I was talking about earlier, I think you missed out on that. The Zodak print. I found a kit on Cult 3D of Zodak armor, like battle armor Zodak, and he came with this shin armor that's kind of based on Man at Arms, but looks a little different. So these are the ones that's going to go on Dolph Lundgren He-Man eventually, but I did black versions of it for Skeletor. So
I think this is the coolest head sculpt I've got. This is I got recently. you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about here. So this is a you have to really zoom in, I guess, to see him, but it's a Michael Keaton.
Oh,
Yeah, Batman '89. But anyway, but that's not what's cool about it. I mean, it looks just like Michael Keaton. I guess I'll just show you guys
oh
real
yeah,
quick. Get really close to the camera. But
yeah.
yeah, because I mean, you
See,
guys can
plus
kind
I'm doing all this on my phone, so you're like this big.
of. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Michael Keaton. But what's really cool about this, because this is a Mezco action figure, is that it. When I don't drop it, the head. I don't even have to do anything. See the cape right there is it's got it's snapped in.
Oh, okay.
It's snapped in. You see that dot? That's a metal dot. That's a
Yeah,
magnet.
nice. So it just holds it straight on there like that. That's cool.
Oopsie. But yeah, you can just like put it right next to it, and it just sucks it right in.
Yeah. See, the problem with a Skeletor is like filaments are weird sometimes because like I had this same Skeletor head that's it's the same Lords of Power head. I just painted it differently, and it fits on this body just fine. You see, that's not coming off. That's yeah, I could yank it off if I
Oh, is
wanted
that
to, but
because I
it just
noticed even with the origin figures, like yeah, Skeletor, like because I've got multiple. Oopsie, I've got multiple. Copies, and
Mhm.
I've noticed there are at least 3 different head sculpts for Skeletor's origin figure.
Oh, they've got like a ton of different Skeletor head sculpts. Like
Yeah, I was
there's the
wondering what was
first
going
one
on with
with
that.
the first one with the wide open mouth, and then there's the vintage looking one where they tried to get as close to the vintage one as possible. He said he could
Oh,
yank it off.
the wide open
I'm not
mouth with
doing
the
it
red
on
eyes.
YouTube though.
The wide open
Hey,
mouth
Sean Franklin's here.
that's what's different. Okay, wide open mouth, red eyes. Yeah, and
Yeah.
okay, this one's got red eyes too, but his
Yeah, so
mouth is
the original one
closed.
had the wide open mouth, and then Battle Armor Skeletor came with a head that looked more like the vintage version with the closed mouth, and then it came with kind of a scrunch face, is what I call it. I think they were going for more of a filmation look with that one, but like not necessarily trying to 100% do the filmation, but you know the way Skeletor in the filmation cartoon. Well, I mean, like I can just show you right now. He's got those furrowed sort of brows to him that the original toy did not have, and most people's skulls don't have a furrowed brow like that, but I suspect mine does. But but I think that they were going for that sort of look with that sort of squint that he has in the filmation one. Yeah,
Ah,
there's the cartoon collection one. So and that's the
yeah.
one. This one actually is not the cartoon collection head on here. This is a Club Grayskull head that I had an extra one, and I think it looks really good on there. But I've got that filmation. I was talking about the filmation one earlier. It's I like the way the hood hangs on the Club Grayskull figure, and so there was those two, and then the I'll talk more about this when eventually I open this Terror Claw Skeletor. That's going to be sometime this week, but that one's got another head that's got like a completely different expression on it, and I want to say that the Dragon Blaster Skeletor just has the vintage looking head again, and then there's this head from the the Rise of Evil pack, which is supposed to look more like the Alfredo Alcala head, but I don't think they quite nailed it as much as they nailed the old classics version of the Alcala head. Which this one, my Alcala Skeletor that I made, he's got a head that's actually a 3D print that's a scan of that one, but it's modded so it will fit on an Origins figure with a. I just popped it on there and it stays on there just fine, and then I just painted it myself. Tried to make it look as much like how he looked in the comic as possible, and I like to think I nailed it, but that's just me. And this is mostly the 2000X one with again the origins of evil or the rise of evil armor. I put all that on him, and the rise of evil. I love that glowing sword. I think that's just really cool. So,
Yeah.
but I do love my Alcala versions, so I like to have those. So I can set him up with Beastman and with the Lords of Power Merman, and they all look really cool together. So, you'd asked about Power Girl, and there was I remember there was some confusion as to because I thought you told me to just go ahead and open her. So I'm like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go ahead and open her. So I'd
Are
opened
you?
her up. Yeah, I already opened her up. So did you have yours? Did you open yours yet?
No. I got
No.
mine way over. I got mine way before everybody else did. I could have made a video on it and everything, Alan.
I'm sorry, man. I completely misunderstood what you said then, because I thought you said, "Oh, go ahead and open it." I'm like, okay, you say so. But but I did do something that I think is going to at least make up for it a little bit, and that's that I got her. So I've been sitting on her,
Oh, the
waiting to.
Chase variant. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so I
don't
managed
have
to.
that one.
I managed to
I've got
grab that
other
because
two copies.
I thought if you still wanted to open it up when we did this scream, I could open up this one, and so I
Yeah,
that way,
sure. Well, also, I
you know,
wanted to show you like how the Adora. You know what? I should turn on my other lights. Maybe I thought it was gonna
yeah,
look bleached out, but it's just kind of too dark in here for me not to use the other light because you're not seeing everything.
uh,
So let's just do that now. Uh, I gotta
if I can open this up,
apply. Where the hell is this? Oh, right here.
I can try to open this up on my YouTube. I'm going to mute this because I don't want to have echo. But I'm going to try to open this up on my computer, and that way I should be able to see a little bit better, I think. But I have to open up this browser. Max Games says, "Do you have the He-Man cartoon? I can't find it at retail." I know recently. Which She-Ra is that?
This is
that
the
classic one?
Masterverse era, and of course, this is the classics
Okay.
Adora. And
So
I need to get another classics Adora, but they look
yeah.
great together. I mean, they
Oh yeah.
I mean, they go
I
great.
have the classics Adora, but I was never able to get the classics of the original She-Ra. I have the Bubble Power She-Ra, which is, all right. Yeah, it's fine. But I would have preferred to have gotten the original one. I do have the Masterverse version, but I don't know where she is right now. She got kind of, I guess, moved around. But
And while we're
Max,
we were getting on to DC figures here for a second.
yeah.
Do you have any like Mafex, Mezco, or anything like that?
No, I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those because, I'm poor.
Well, you buy a ton of stuff. I mean, I kind of go just for more like what I really like. So what did you think of like the Batman that I showed you compared to the one made by McFarlane?
Okay, so my issue with the McFarlane version of the Michael Keaton Batman is
No. Adam West. Adam West. Because I
Adam
sent you.
West. Oh yeah, when you showed me on the messaging. Well, that one definitely was like a better version of the Adam West Batman, I think. But
It doesn't cost
there's
that much either. But yeah.
I might look into that. There's a lot of issues I have with the Adam West. I do love that figure. I'm gonna say that straight up.
It won figure of the year.
Yeah, it's a great figure, but there are some issues with it that I have as far as accuracy goes. I would 100% agree with you that the blue is off. At least on the cowl, the plastic parts, the blue is off. I think on the cape it looks okay, but it should be that. Batman's
Yeah.
cape and cowl and everything on the TV show kind of leaned a little more to the purple end of blue, and I kind of feel like the McFarlane Batman tends to skew more to the greener side of blue. if that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
it's a teal. It's almost
Yeah,
like
it's
turquoise,
almost
you know?
kind of like like a dark teal kind of color. It's kind of strange like that. So
Yeah, I'm
let's
holding
see
it
if I
right
can.
here. I mean, and like the cape uses this fabric that is, I mean, like I hate this fabric. I only use it like if I want something to be really, really shiny, and
Yeah,
that's basically it. Like
and
if it were up to me, I definitely would not have used this fabric. I would have used like I mean, not because oh man, McFarlane has several different types of fabric. The best
yeah,
kind is the one that they use like on the original Batman that they put out, the Batman 89. Like that's
yeah.
and like they're
See,
oh the
I don't know what you
Batman
call it,
Forever.
but it's kind of like almost like a jersey kind of
Yeah.
fabric. And in fact, this one has like almost like a jersey kind of tech, like actual sports jersey texture to the inside of it. But
Yeah,
yeah, I had the Keaton in the single carded. I haven't opened them up yet
they
because
have
right now I'm
they
doing
also have
He-Man.
perforated fabric. If you look at like the
Yeah,
Superman, like if you noticed that, huh? Like the perforated looking
yeah,
fabric.
yeah. Like to me, like it reminds me of like a football jersey, and how it has those ventilation holes in it. You know what I'm talking about? Like a lot of
Yeah,
sports
where you
jerseys
can
have
see
that.
through it. I can see you right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. But
so
but my
that's
my
me.
issue with both of these Batmans, and I figure there might be a few more issues when I open this one up. Just when I nitpick stuff, I like I said, I'm not trying to be negative about it because like I wouldn't buy these figures if I didn't think they looked cool. But I'm always gonna have little nitpicks about things. But to me, the way that the neck works on these, I don't think quite works for me. Like the neck's a little too narrow in proportion to the head. Like if you look at the one that you showed off earlier, it's like I know that they got a neck articulation here, which wouldn't be in the actual cowl, but
Oh,
it's
some people
still
have
like
thought that. Oh, you mean are you talking about the Adam West one? Like the
no.
one
I'm back on the Keaton one. I went back
oh
on the Keaton one, but yeah, like
oh
my big issue with the Adam West one, as far as the sculpt goes, and this goes with the cowl that they sold separately too, is that the ears are not placed correctly on the head because like they're a little too inwards. So like you got kind of like a little bit of the curvature of the head, and then the ears start where it should just kind of come flush almost, and maybe even stick out a little bit as far as
yeah.
depending on which version of the cowl he's wearing on the show at the time. And it's
I
weird
see
to
what
me
you mean.
because it's weird to me because on the 5 inch 6 inch version they actually nailed it. That one I think has a much better Adam West likeness than the multiverse figure, and I don't know how that happened, but but yeah, I think they could have done a better job with the head sculpt on that one. And
Oh
and
yeah,
like I
the
said, my problem with
see,
Keaton is that it's but the silhouette of it is kind of important to me, and I just kind of feel like the head is just a little too bulbous in comparison to the neck. I think they should have made the neck thicker, which it does not seem to be a problem on the George Clooney Batman. I think that they did a better job with the shape of the cowl on the Clooney than they did
well,
on the Keaton, which is a shame. But
this is well, this is Mezco, and there's no
mm,
like I mean this is a little weird, awkward figure because nothing is exposed. It's all inside
yeah,
of silicone. But I mean,
yeah,
also you think Mezco is really expensive, but you get what you kind of pay for. I
oh,
mean,
yeah.
like
You
they come
notice
in
I didn't
10s
say they were overpriced.
Yeah, but I mean, like I paid like 130 for three. That's not so bad
Yeah.
for three. I mean, that
So
was that the Superman Black, Ezra Miller Flash. Who cares? And
they're
and
they're
and and,
impressive
and one of Ben
figures.
Affleck's, huh?
Yeah, they're impressive figures, and I get why they're priced what they are. So I'm not trying to say they're overpriced. Don't misunderstand
Oh
me.
no, and I'm like, I do get that I kind of feel like they're right about like damn it, like I love Mafex figures, well,
Mhm.
all these figures right here, these are Mafex, and like Mafex makes a great Joker, but
Yeah.
actually, I made a video like what's neat here is that you can't really tell
Hmm.
that these figures are different. Like,
Hmm.
okay, it's like the different company. I mean, like if you look at this Batman, which is a Mezco, I mean a Mafex, and
Yeah.
he really so. But then you compare him next to this Robin. I mean, McFarlane freaking nailed it with this Robin. I don't know if you
Yeah.
saw this. This
Oh yeah, I've
this
got
thing,
that one.
yeah, it is definitely a Mafex quality. I mean, and it goes right in because
Yeah.
I put it right next to this Joker, which is
My only
from
problem with that Robin is that at least on my version of it, like the capes, oh not the cape, the hood is like way too tight, so I don't feel comfortable like pulling the hood off or on. So I just always keep it down around his shoulders. But remember the problem you were talking about with like how your Captain Marvel, there was the frame,
the hood is wired, right?
well,
I mean,
yeah, yeah. It was
I don't know.
almost
I
kind
mean,
of similar to
well,
that.
that's the thing with McFarlane because, like, yeah, they're oh god, their quality control is quite bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten like action figures straight from the factory, and I was like, oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
And I opened up the box, and I'm taking stuff out, and I literally grabbed one of the figures I had. I mean, this has happened a few times. I'll go to and so I don't grab by the shell anymore. I'll only grab by the card for like the
Yeah.
superpowers figures because the
Hmm.
shell was not even glued on.
I swear with the superpowers figures, there's two ways that those are glued on, and one is to use hardly any glue at all, and if you look at it funny, it's gonna fall apart. And the other is to use so much glue that when you open it up, it's practically gonna pull all the paper off the front of the card.
Yeah, so
No in
actually, when it
between.
comes to the figures like that, like here's an empty superpowers box.
Hmm.
I just
Yeah.
I just cut the plastic, or in the past I've heated the back and got it really hot, and then just like taken the shell right off because the glue was so hot.
Yeah. So
I
and
like
like
box
when I
art.
yeah. And when I got the blue and gray Batman, like I tried to buy an extra one just to keep on the card because I liked that one so much. The Dark Knight Detective, the Bronze Age Batman, and that didn't work. It just eventually fell off the card. So I'm like, well, I guess I have like an extra Batman for no reason now. But I mean, like, if I'm gonna have an extra figure for no reason, at least that's one that I really like.
Oh, maybe I had. Did you get the apology letter from McFarlane? Did you get one of those?
No.
Okay. Here we go. I got it. All right, here we are. This went out to a lot of people, but I'm gonna read it like.
But I don't.
And
I don't
it
think I've
came
ever
with
ordered.
a free Black Manta.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
So, yeah. Dear McFarlane Store customer, on rare occasion we tend to come across toys that have lost their battle on their journey to our warehouse. It can be slightly damaged, corner, or a dent in the packaging. As a token of our appreciation, we have included an extra toy in your order from our collection of damaged packaged toys. This thing isn't damaged at all.
Yeah.
These are chosen at random and may be placed in your box. The
Well, that one
packaging
was
is
so
bent.
random they sent you an undamaged one.
The packaging is bent, crushed, or dented. However, the item is new. If you're already an out-of-box collector, this should fit right in with your collection. If you're normally an in-box collector, this is your chance to let your toy breathe and experience a one-of-a-kind smell of a freshly opened new toy.
Well,
Enjoy getting your hands on this free gift. We sincerely appreciate your support. Thank you for choosing McFarlane Toy Store.
Yeah.
I was like,
he's Canadian. Lone Dragon asked if McFarlane was British because of the accent you were using, but yeah, McFarlane's Canadian.
I just then it would be like hey well hey McFarlane for customer during the McFarlane toy store customer on
Sorry about that,
hey, it's some strange brew, Hoosier.
but yeah, like I haven't ordered like too much superpowers from the McFarlane store. Most of the stuff I'd gotten from them was multiverse. The only thing was the crowdfunding where I got the Bat multi-craft, whatever you want to call it, and
I didn't get that. I was just like, no,
the so-called Dick Grayson Batman. The main reason I got that.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I was going to say the main reason I got the Bat multi-craft was because I realized that I've got 2 superpowers Batmobiles. I've got a superpowers Batplane, the 2 Batwings because I have the black version also. I have the 2 Whirly Bats because I have the black version also. And I'm like, I've got the land vehicles, I've got the air vehicles. I should probably have some kind of like sea vehicle. So that was why I, went ahead and pulled the trigger on that one. And I figured since I was doing that, I did think that the Super Friends Batman figure looked really sharp. So I definitely wanted to have that. Like this Robin, I could take or leave, especially since they have the Jason Todd Robin out already. And I think that's a much superior version of the classic Robin suit. But I'll get into all that.
And I compared it, right? I compared it to a 1989 Robin, like that's like, well, I've got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah,
from Toy Biz, and it's the same costume. I mean, like, like you can really. And also, what I don't know if you saw that video I made because I was laughing my butt off a little bit because I was just screwing around one day making like an absurdly long cape and like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. and because I was making capes for Dr. Fate actually.
Yeah.
And then like lo and behold, here comes along Jason Todd, and I'm like,
okay.
And
he's got that super long cape.
It's kind of like that scene of the Spider-Man meme.
And I mentioned this like even on one of your videos before. It's just like I've just kind of come to accept like I'm just gonna have to make my own capes for these McFarlane figures, aren't I?
Oh yeah.
Like, the classic Superman that they put out recently, like the cape on that one is horrible. Like it like I swear, like if I was a kid trying to play with that toy, like you move him at all, it's gonna fall off. And honestly, one of the things that to me at the time when I was a kid playing with the original Superpowers figures that was revolutionary about them was I loved the way that the capes just attached on with that collar, and I thought that was a brilliant solution to how to do the capes on the figures because I was used to how Mego would do these superhero capes. See, that one looks way better. So
yeah, I made this. Well, God, Joann's is going out of business, or they're out of business already. So getting fabric is going to be fun now. But yeah, this is a really good fabric I got from Joann's, and I just made it with some wire and glue. And I know you like you using stitching more, but the reason I like wire about this because it kind of looks like it's coming out of his costume. Like it doesn't look like it's clipped on. Around
what like I guess it's too late to do anything about that now since they're at the tail end of their license. But what McFarlane really needed to do was actually take a vintage Superpowers cape, bite the bullet, take the thing apart, get one off of like a cheaper version if you got it. Like the Sheriff of Nottingham has the same cape clip. Take it apart, copy that cape clip exactly, Lone
I can
Dragon
tell
says,
you how
don't
to do
forget
it.
oceanic repellent bat sprays. Well, you never want to forget your oceanic repellent bat sprays. You know, you
Um,
might think it would be silly for Batman to carry shark repellent on him, but he
hey,
does run into sharks an awful lot.
this
I
is
think
an
I've
easy,
seen
great
Batman fight
clip.
more sharks than I've seen Aquaman.
See if I can show you guys this. This is an easy cape clip. This is an easy thing to make, actually.
Yeah.
And it snaps on very well. It stays on very well. What I
Okay.
do is the Sharpie caps. Just take the very at the end tip, and however wide you want your clip to be. That's just how much you cut off, and then you clip a line right through that. Sew it into the cape. Clips right on the neck.
There you
No
go.
problem. I
Now,
mean,
see what I
because
do.
I don't know. I don't know if you saw the video I made because a long time ago. You remember when they first came out with the well, not Jason Todd, but well, this Robin they came out with. It only came out with a yellow cape.
Yeah.
But
That was that
look
first
at
Tim
that.
Drake that came out?
Yeah, Tim Drake. Tim Drake. That's right. But look at that. See, I made two
It's like an
capes.
expensive figure now, which I think is strange because the one with black cape I think is actually better. Yeah,
Yeah. But
yeah. That looks like the cape I remember from the Batman Returns, the first Tim Drake figure.
it's very, yeah.
So yeah,
I
here's
made one like that, but see, like I told you, like I use shiny stuff. Like it's kind of hard to
yeah,
tell. This is a little shiny, so I used some fabric like that type on the interior to make it really shiny.
yeah.
Because I
So
couldn't find satin.
I got my vintage Dick Grayson Robin here, and this is one of the capes that I made myself. And usually I just use the toy polloi cape pattern for Batman. I just have the Batman cape pattern, and I just kind of cut it as short as I need to cut it. You know, like it's a wider cape I think than the other capes, which I kind of like that look. But what I usually use for the cape collar is like I'll use a little piece of paper clip that I kind of wrap around a pen,
I've heard
and
that
then I use
before.
some needle nose pliers to kind of bend in the ends to make sure it doesn't stick through very much. But you can see it works out pretty well. I think it looks about as close to a vintage superpowers cape as I can get anyway. But they're
Yeah,
not that hard to make.
I got some good aluminum wire. Like it's the same kind of
Mhm.
you could use for like wiring a cape, or
Yeah.
but anyway, I've got aluminum and copper wire, and those are really good. I've heard people using the paper clip before.
Yeah.
But the only reason, like I said, because I don't like using cape clips that much, it's just like if you're actually trying to recreate that exact look from
hmm
'84 or '89,
Yeah.
then that's when I do the cape clip thing, because I don't think it looks. I think it looks bulky.
Yeah. Well, like I'm talking at the time when I was a kid, and I'm just used to Mego.
We'll get to Migos in a second, but also I want to show you, like, this is a little prototype I had, is that people love having that long Batman cape, and this is Toy Polloi's Batman pattern as well. I just made it a little bit longer.
Just extended it a bit. Yeah.
Barely, just like a tad, and
Yeah.
and I use a little less around the neck. But once again, you can see if I can put this right around here. So you can see how this figure, it looks like the cape is like he's wearing it. It's coming out of his costume.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's clipped on. So
yeah. So
I like that.
But,
it's more movie accurate. Just in case you didn't notice that I did this. This is leather print vinyl.
Oh, so, yeah.
That's why it looks a little shiny, and it looks actually kind of like leathery. It looks screen accurate. Who knew?
Yeah.
And it doesn't cost that much to use vinyl. It takes me seconds to make the cape myself. So why in the world did no other company ever do, like, why did no company ever do this for kids? I mean, because I've got vinyl capes for, I was going to show you this because you Migo was 8 inches. This is
Yeah.
Beast Kingdom. They make this is a really good Michael Keaton as well.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's the
Yeah,
Batman Return.
yeah, and he wasn't that expensive from what I think he was $60.
Yeah,
And I mean, like, if you do a
which that's a
close up,
pretty good price for something like that.
yeah. Beast Kingdom's usually really good, and this is of course a vinyl cape, and it's wired, and it comes
Yeah.
with a ton of accessories. Like Beast
Now, I
Kingdom,
don't.
they also made the DeLorean here. But
Yeah,
what they really shine at, I mean, oh my god, this looks great. I expect this guy to start talking. I mean, it's as good as Mezco's head sculpts are now,
yeah.
or even better.
There
See if
we
I can
go.
focus on this guy.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Yeah.
And he's got the megaphone and everything.
I'm
Oh, that's
going to
sweet.
zoom out, see if that'll help a little bit. It's supposed to be
Yeah.
autofocus, but
Oh, you probably wouldn't have. Hang on, I'm gonna grab something real quick. But talking about customs that I did, I don't think you would have seen this one because I don't remember if I posted this one on Facebook at all. But I made this with a 3D print of a Jack Nicholson head, and this is a custom that I made myself because I see a lot of people do really cool Jack Nicholson.
That's really cool. How tall is that? Is that a 6-inch?
That's a McFarlane figure. This is a Three Jokers, the clown that I used for the basis, and then I 3D printed the head. And you can see, like, I kind of painted the head to look more like the vintage toy. It's kind of like a. Usually, I'll put a little more detail onto something like that. But for this one, I definitely wanted to look like Kenner. But I see people do.
Okay, let's just show everybody how very awesome yours is and how very different it is, because this is what he. Am I right?
Yeah, that's the one that I use. That's the basis.
Yeah.
So just repainted, gave him a new head. But wow, like the idea.
A great head sculpt, dude.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's a 3D print. Like it was Donman Art Collectibles, I think, made this one. And I subscribe to his Patreon, so I get like a lot of his stuff off of that. But yeah, and then I repainted it, tried to get it as close to the original one. Yeah, they did a good job with that one too. I really like that head sculpt, actually. Like, and I would normally try to paint the Joker to look a little bit more like how McFarlane painted him, but like I said, I wanted him to have that old toy look. I wanted him to look like the Kenner version. But I've seen a lot of people do the movie, the Jack Nicholson Joker in multiverse style, and I'm still holding out hope that we'll see him sometime between now and 2026. So I decided to do the Sky Escape Joker, like the old Kenner figure, and you see he's got the blue gloves and the blue vest and the pink pants that don't really make much sense.
That. That's why I was like, is that a 6-inch? What is he doing?
Yeah,
it looks like the Kenner, but
yep. I just scaled up the Kenner version, basically. So that was what I was going for.
This has been Affleck. I'm trying to get this Affleck's head here, but I don't know. Because it's a really good Affleck. They did a great paint job. Like this one, and Henry Cavill. Like I'm sorry, people. I'm not a Henry Cavill fan, but I do like the figures that Mathex and Mezco have made for him. Wow, what?
Mm-hmm.
McFarlane, on the other hand. Oh my! Whoa! They didn't even try. I feel like they didn't even try on the head sculpt. Did you see the new one that just came out with Doomsday?
Yeah, it's the same head sculpt as this one. It's still that same head sculpt, which I think is like, I don't know. Like, it might be the sort of thing where Henry Cavill is just kind of a little bit too classically handsome. That it might be hard to catch his likeness because of that. I'd seen some really good ones, and I've seen some really poor ones. Like, I never thought Mattel was really able to capture Henry Cavill's likeness in any of the Superman figures that I've seen them do. And it's like you see them keep trying to resculpt. So I think McFarlane got closer than Mattel did, but still didn't quite hit the mark. Yeah, see, it's the same. It's the same one as I've got that one too, but that one's in my kitchen right now because I had something else I was working on.
This is from Mezco.
No, no, the McFarlane one, the one with Doomsday.
This one.
Yeah, like on my computer screen, I think you're behind a little bit, so I was looking at that. But but yeah, so like it's not bad, but I think they could have done better. And plus, like this was the Zack Snyder Justice League version, obviously, because he's in the black suit. But yeah, the Batman v Superman version is the same sculpt as this, which technically I think he should have the more slicked back hair. Like his hair has like a little more of a loose quality to it in the Zack Snyder Justice League, but it was really very tightly slicked back in BVS. So it's weird how they change his hairstyle up so much in the movie. It's like he's got like a different hairstyle
Oh,
in each of the three movies.
yeah. Let me see, because I do have a BVS. Oh, you're right. Yeah,
That's
because
that's
it's a little different for BVS.
yeah.
This is the Mezco BVS. You see that the hairstyle's a little different.
Yeah, see, it's got that more sort of slicked back sort of look to it. Like I guess maybe they were going for like a George Reeves kind of look, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure. But
the
yeah,
guy
like I
couldn't.
don't know why Henry Cavill is kind of a tough nut to crack as far as yeah, that one's a good one. That the Mezco one. That one they
Yeah,
did a
I
good
mean,
job with.
I love the Mafex one. This is a fun toy in general because I honestly like. Okay, so like I was given like a regular Henry Cavill, which is it's the same damn figure, just different paint.
Yeah,
Like let's be perfectly honest, it's the
yeah,
same exact thing. But I was like, and it was the first Mafex I had ever been had, so I was like, well, what is this? Let's check it out. And
yeah,
yeah, I had it for a few days, and I was like, man, this thing is so articulate, and it's kind of cool. You, if I was a kid, I mean, because I always approach things like non-biasly, so I wasn't paying attention to Henry Cavill's face. I was just like,
yeah,
if I was a kid, and I like the trunks, but whatever, no
yeah.
trunks.
I'm a classic guy, so I would have probably preferred for him to have the trunks. But honestly, to me, in a live action format, it doesn't really matter quite as much because like you're usually seeing like usually when you see him on screen, you're seeing him kind of like from the waist up. That's normally when you see Superman, and when you do see like the full figure of him, he's usually zipping around and doing Superman stuff and being really fast. So to me, it's not as noticeable in a live action movie. I am firmly of the opinion that in the comic book, Superman should have trunks. I
Yeah.
feel like when you're looking at a static image of him, he definitely looks better with the trunks. So that's just my opinion, though. So
And, so like my favorite figures so far, like if I were a kid playing with toys, I would like the most, even though it's not really for kids. As long as he
yeah,
doesn't have the accessories, and you make sure you supervise a kid, because the hands and head can pop off, and
yeah,
that you don't want a kid to swallow that. But then there's Spin Master, which it also comes with some small
yeah,
parts, but you can just take this away. Um, because
yeah,
like you see, it's got this like the little like it's got a band that goes around his head for the, and so you
yeah.
just like. But anyway, this is a really fun figure. Like if I were a kid, the little 3 and the
Hmm.
0.7-inch Spin Master Superman Rebirth. I think it
Yeah,
would be probably my favorite action figure if I was a little kid, playing with toys all the time, because it's just
yeah,
durable, it's easy to move, it's easy to articulate, and it's fun. I mean, and also kids' hands are smaller.
yeah. Oh, and there's my old NECA Batman. See, they nailed the Keaton look, but the
Yeah, I've
NECA
got mine
version.
over there.
So I thought that they, but yeah, I've got like this whole bin here, this little bin. This mostly, it's got some other stuff in here just because it's clogged up with other stuff. But most of my Spin Master figures are in here. You see, I got Bane, and I like them because they're kids' toys. So, and I kind of feel like like I'm a big fan of Masters of the Universe, but I like the kind of chunky proportions these had because they kind of reminded me of old He-Man figures, and Batman with a jetpack. You can't go wrong with Batman with a jetpack. And of course, Captain Marvel. We got Batgirl. one of my favorite characters. Gotta love Batgirl. And lots of different versions of Batman. Dr. Fate, that's the unfortunately they only made the movie version of Dr. Fate, but he's pretty cool looking. I like that one. They never got around to making the Penguin, so I just kind of have this I kind of feel like the the Imaginext one is it scales pretty well with these figures, I think. I think that actually kind of works.
Did you get this? Did you get this or something? Like, cause I got the Black Adam box. Which
Yeah.
Had, yeah.
Yeah, I got that really cheap.
For $5, dude. $5 on Amazon.
Same thing. And then this is a hard one to find as far as Spin Master goes. Is I actually have Green Lantern, and this character should not have been as difficult to find as he was. I found this one one Easter in those bins of Easter toys that they have in the seasonal section at Walmart. Actually managed to find Green Lantern in there, of all places. And Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman's pretty decent. They did a decent job with Wonder Woman. She's very Gal Gadot looking. And then, of course, you got to have the Superman busting armor for Batman, which they didn't quite nail the helmet. I think it doesn't have like the jaw piece like the Dark Knight Returns version had, but it's still close enough. I'm still like, yeah, Frank Miller would approve. And that's Marauder Task Force. That's the animated Snake Eyes that I made for Marauder Task Force. He just got mixed in there accidentally, I guess. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Here's a custom that I made, and that is a 3 3/4 inch version of the Joaquin Phoenix Joker.
Dude, you're really good at making customs, man.
Oh, thank you.
You're really good at making customs. I'm envious. Yeah. I need to.
This one,
I got a few questions for you, actually.
I ordered this head from a guy called like Spartan something or other. He sells custom casted heads, and then the body is Fortnite, like a Fortnite character in a suit. And I used Marauder Task Force hands, I think, on that one. And,
I know one person. Before I forget, I know one person who does some like custom sculpts. I mean, I need to have some custom sculpts made. I want to have a custom sculpt made of Lauren Lester, the guy who voiced Robin, back when he was like in his I don't know. Well, I'll have to ask him because I forget how old he was when he did the voice. He's like my big brother for like 20 years. I think you know this.
That's nice.
So. Yeah,
I'm a big fan of his. I'd actually recently rewatched Defenders of the Earth, where he played Flash Gordon's son in that. Yeah. And I'm watching it. I'm like, that guy sounds familiar. That's Robin. That's Lauren Lester. All right.
Yeah, I'll ask him about that. He was pretty. That was the. You're talking about the ones from the 80s, right?
Yeah, with the Phantom and Mandrake the Magician and Lothar. You know I'm a big Flash Gordon fan, so
yeah. Well, yeah, we've got the. I mean, I wasn't kidding when I shite you not when I said I've got that Flash Gordon, like sitting right up there. So that's why I had to laugh when I saw that in your background.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. So this guy and we're gonna have similar taste.
I had to buy extras of those to keep on the card because the cards I just thought were gorgeous. So I'm like, I'm normally an opener. But I'm like, I'll make an exception in the case of these. But of course, I've got loose ones also, so that's fine. Oh yeah, this is another Marauder Task Force. I used the parts from them to make this, which is the 3 3/4 inch Lex Luthor. This was when I couldn't find a Spin Master Lex Luthor, so I'm like, I'll just make my own. But eventually, I got one because they had that 3-pack of him in the armored Batman and Superman, which I already had Superman, but I'm like, screw it. I need that Lex Luthor. So, oh yeah, and I've got some of the Green Lantern movie figures in here because they're 3 3/4 inch. So there's Tomar Ray, which he was the Green Lantern of the Sector Krypton was in when that blew up, and the other one I had for that was Kilowog. So, and I think I got Sinestro in here too, the movie version of Sinestro.
This is a custom I'm still working on. It's a little rough, but see, they wanted to make it, I took a Superman Earth 2, and I put an Action Comics #1 head sculpt on him because I think that's one of the best head sculpts. And I filled in the paint here. I'm going to go over it again with an airbrush and make sure it's really smooth. Also, they use such a thin layer of paint that my paint is being young. It kind of outshines this because you can kind of see through the paint into the blue plastic. Like that's how thin the paint is. So but I'll finish that up. But anyway, because there's a Silver Age Superman coming out in April. But I mean, I think this one looks more accurate to the TV show, like the 1966 cartoon.
Yeah,
the one they're putting out, and the one they're
the
putting
original
out.
Filmation.
It has a black like that on the chest, which I've only seen with one other figure. And it really frustrates the living shit out of me. Sorry, crap out of me. I mean to cuss.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't typically do that. This. What in the world? Why would you do this? This is like what? If not for that, this is the best Superman figure ever made. It even has a head that. Oh, well, you know what? It's this one. Hold on. I'll show you. This is really, really neat.
Yeah. I prefer to not have the black outline on there myself. But yeah. Did you see the custom that I did with the Justice League Task Force version? Hang on, I'll go grab
no.
that. So I just really wanted to have one that did not have the digital stuff on there, which I get why they chose to put the digital stuff on there, but I just wanted to have one that was just kind of plain. So here's the one that I just stripped all the blue stuff off of there, and I 3D printed the emblem, so it's just like a very thin piece of plastic that I glued on there. But yeah, it's I do love this. This is my favorite body for Superman that McFarlane's made. It's the same one as the Earth 2 Superman and the same one as the Fleischer Superman. And I think this one has like the nicest cape that I'd seen on one of the Superman figures so far. It's actually double layered and it's got the wire all the way around it, so you can pose it really nice. And I'm pretty sure the head sculpt on this one was actually inspired by the old 90s Total Justice Superman. So I kind of felt like both of those worked together really well.
I got to put a new battery in this. I don't know. The eyes light up, but gosh darn it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's what's really cool about this thing. But the battery is incredibly tiny. So, and I hope the electronics are okay. Hope it's not that.
Yeah.
That would be my luck. Okay, everything looks good there. I'm just examining the board because sometimes when you take the head off, it wants to be silly. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I'll get that in a second. But see, when you get Mezco, man, they really go all out on giving you tons of accessories, and it even comes with a little tool.
Yeah,
you're supposed to use when you turn on Superman's head. Do I have that tool in here somewhere? I don't even know. But then they give you all these little extra parts. So, yeah, here it is. This little key here. But I mean, inside of a Mezco box, they could be 3 layers deep, full of just accessories, you know?
Yeah.
Bullets that go on his chest, and things like that. Let's see, I'm trying to find. Sorry, I'm not trying to be dead air here.
That's fine.
Just taking stuff out of the box. I don't even know what this is. Oh, that's right. That's the handle. It came off. Okay. So it could just be these batteries
Mm-hmm.
are old because I think I had them on standby mode for a while.
But yeah.
You have to open it up to pick up the batteries. So I'm just going to jiggle the batteries. See, because oh, by the way, button batteries are incredibly dangerous for children. I had no idea until today. Like, if you put a button battery in a hot dog, watch what happens.
Oh, geez.
Like, if you just shove it into the side of a hot dog, you'll see science.
And like kids could swallow that pretty easily.
Yep.
Hopefully
And
they
it'll
wouldn't.
melt the child's esophagus.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, button batteries are no joke.
But I remember looking at one when I was a kid and being like, this would be like really easy for like a kid to swallow or something like that. Like I was too old to, swallow something like that when I was looking at it, but I was thinking like, if a toddler got a hold of it, they could probably just swallow this thing like a pill.
Yeah, especially like these right here are so incredibly tiny. Like, I mean, I wouldn't doubt if it like ran out of power so quickly because it's so small.
Yeah.
Here. But yeah, so I have another one that the eyes glow as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's from Beast Kingdom.
Yeah. I had like the old, I think Remco made it. That was Energized Superman, and that one had eyes that lit up. We're talking like back in like the 70s. Like this is like an old toy. But I remember I got it for Christmas one year when I was like really little, and those Remco Energized figures, they didn't have any articulation to them whatsoever, which I think was kind of the loophole as to how they were able to make those and not be technically stepping on Mego's license. So they're just like, oh, these are non-articulated figures; they don't count.
Speaking of Mego, why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Because we've got the most rare Mego figure in the world.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's see that.
Huh?
Let's see it.
Yeah. I'm just going to show you this. All right, so I already open this guy, done a video on him. Now I got
Believe it or not, he got one.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It only took me about 30 years.
Yeah.
Well, 28. So I know Will, the guy who played this character, by the way, and I've had a one of the little guys for a while,
yeah, and that's a nice little figure.
Yeah, but
I would have bought one of those if I had found one, but I never found one. I think they went to like closeout stores for the most part, and then that one is like a holy grail.
Yeah, I saw one selling for, I mean, there's one for selling, I think thousands, but like the original, like the prototypes are even more. I mean, they at least made some of these, but like I will never touch this with my hands,
Yeah.
But
that's a great head sculpt. I actually know the guy who sculpted that, Scott Fensterer. He's a good dude. He used to live up here. I think he moved down to Florida. I think he's still down there.
Cool. Yeah, it's a great head sculpt. I was like, that looks like William. I mean,
and if you look at the one that Mego actually had on the prototype, it does not.
Oh, it's horrid. It doesn't even look like the right race. It looks like an Indian guy dyed his hair blonde and put some contacts in or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I'd seen where somebody had speculated that was like resculpted from Starsky and Hutch. Hutch.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah. But I don't know if that's the case, but I'd seen somebody had speculated that was the case.
Well, the curly hair is like the hardest part of make, because
Yeah.
I was gonna make another, and I'm like, oh god, now I just got to get like head sculpts made, because the curly hair is so darn hard to deal with.
I've seen where some people have tried to sculpt it and they make it look a little too much like an afro or something, and it's not really like an afro. It's just like really curly, and it's like it's almost more like a Jerry curl than anything else, where it's just like
Yeah.
you know, just some golden locks. And if you see him in Carrie, like his hair is even longer in that. So it's just like this magnificent curly mane.
He was making fun of that, going, "What was with the hair in that movie?" Because that was not, I guess, his choice, or I don't know, but
yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm not one to be criticizing somebody's hair. That's not, but I thought it was impressive. That's just me. But I knew a guy who he actually, his hair did grow like curly like that, and I'm like, dude, you ought to like be the greatest American hero for Halloween. And he's like, yeah, I know. People always tell me that.
That's funny. No, I have very, very curly hair, and I noticed that the first season he has that fro, and what's kind of funny is that during certain special effects scenes, you'll notice that he has his first season hair again, because it's reused footage from the first season.
Yeah, which it's TV; they're gonna do that. Okay, so I'm gonna try to plug in my phone so that I'll plug it into my computer, because it's about to die, and hopefully that'll extend its life for a little bit. I shoot everything on my phone. The camera on the computer is actually really crappy, so it's better to shoot on my phone. But I didn't realize my phone was like that low on juice. Yeah, it's about 10% right now. No, we don't need to connect. Just charge.
There we go. There's the batteries. Let's see what happens. Let's see if oh boy, because I've got some batteries here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? How do I get them out?
But yeah, I made myself a playlist for just positivity, basically, and that was one of the songs that went on there, was the Greatest American Hero theme song, because it's just a song that it hits me in my happy place, basically.
It's a nice happy feely song.
Oh yeah. So, but that was a show that I remember watching a lot when I was a kid. And, we didn't really have, it's not like today where you just got superheroes all over the place. So you couldn't really be too particularly picky about what superhero stuff you were going to watch. You watched the stuff that existed. And that was one that I kind of feel like it was, and I don't mean any disrespect when I say this. It was definitely a superhero show that was made by people who were kind of laymen's as far as superheroes go, and I think that was part of what made it kind of unique, because I think if the same basic concept were made by somebody who was like just a huge fanboy of comic book superheroes, it would have been done in like a completely different way. And like I remember I think it was an interview with
actually, the thing is the network got involved. I'll tell you the story about how it all happened in a minute, but yeah, go ahead, because
if you watch the pilot's very, very good, and it's very
Yeah.
different than the rest of the show.
There's like a real darkness to it, I think. It's a lighthearted concept, but they weren't afraid to go to the dark places where like the bad guys are basically like some kind of like terrorist cult, and they're really creepy. And they all had the head
Yeah.
shaved, and where they're tracking down Bill Maxwell's partner, chasing him down in the dune buggies, and they've got him surrounded, and that one girl just starts singing, and it's
Oh, you
so
remember that?
creepy.
Yeah. Onward,
It's
Christian
so
Soldier.
creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, she starts
And
singing that. Yeah.
yeah.
Because at first, like they're like, oh, everything's okay, and we come to save you, and he's like, and the black guy, the partner, he takes a big old deep breath, and then it's like she starts
Yeah.
singing, and he's like, oh, religious
Yeah.
cult.
Yeah. Basically. So like like I said, lighthearted concept went to some dark places. One of the things that I really appreciated in it was when I rewatched it as an adult, I didn't catch this when I was a kid, is the part where they take Ralph to the hospital because they think he's
Yeah.
insane. And the somebody, you hear somebody in the background yell at him, "That's a bad outfit, Jim." And I'm like, somebody was paying homage to Superman the movie there. So I thought that was really nice. But yeah, like there was the thing that I remember. I don't remember if it was an interview with Stephen J. Cannell or William Pat, one of the two telling this story. But basically, what happened was the first time he put on the suit, he's like, "I look ridiculous," and Cannell was like, "You're supposed to look ridiculous." you know, it's like that was kind of the point of the suit, is it was supposed to look like, something that you would wear to like a silly costume party. And I kind of had this idea in my head. I don't know if this is something that was actually ever on the show, but I kind of had the idea in my head that the reason that the aliens made the suit look the way it did was because they were basing it on our concept of a superhero. And what they would be most familiar with as aliens would be like television transmissions that they would be picking up, out there in space. So they'd be seeing George Reeves and Adam West and being like, "Oh, well, this is what they think a hero is, so we'll make the suit look like that." That's kind of my idea as to why the suit looked like that. I don't know if that was the intent, but that was kind of the idea as it was in my head.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea why they gave the suits to people because, and I wish they would have expanded upon it more and been more hard sci-fi. Like it started to get that way basically like in the last episode.
Yeah.
Like the last and first episodes are really like the best.
Yeah.
I mean, like in the first episode, he actually masters flying. He just doesn't get landing. And then
Yeah.
we go and into season 2, he's still having problems flying. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
why? He's flying into stuff, but like if you remember in the pilot, he was able to fly off perfectly, land, actually pick up those two lights, fly off around, and actually fly around a helicopter, Marine One.
Yeah.
Get out of here! Get out of here, stupid!
Yeah.
And then he flew off, and was just fine flying around the LA skyline. Like he wasn't flying into
So,
buildings.
what's the line from Indiana Jones? Can you fly this plane? Fly, yes. Land, no.
No.
I'm gonna go grab something real quick because my phone's about to die and it's not working. Plugging it into my computer, it's still not charging fast enough. So
Oh, I'm
I'm gonna
sorry
be
about that.
right back.
Sorry.
Just give me like 2 minutes. multitasking. So
Yeah, I was
try
just putting
this.
this head back in. I don't know if I put the batteries in backwards or not. I have no idea. And I don't even know if these batteries are good. I have no idea how long these batteries, because these are the tiniest button batteries I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
And I'm like, well, darn it.
You know,
So,
maybe they ought to just make it one of those things where, your action figures can have a USB port that you just plug it in and charge it up that way, like you would do with a phone.
yeah, I mean, and then at that point, you're like, I mean, the problem with that is then you have a phone that could, I mean, you have a battery that, can go dead and then you got to replace it. And
Yeah,
I hate that.
that's a good point.
Because I have some Back to the Future shoes and they only work when they're plugged in now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now that's the only time they light up.
Well, hopefully this will charge my phone up while I'm doing this. Do I even have the? I don't think I even have my Wi-Fi on right now. Might as well turn that on. So. But yeah, I've got this Zodak kit printing out up. Got an extra clamp champ today because I swung by Ollie's and they still have a few clamp champs left over there for $15 a piece.
We don't have all these.
Oh, sorry.
I know. Me too. I've heard many great things, but I've never been to one.
Yeah. They did get in, like, I think it was a couple of years ago around Christmas, they got in, I guess they had some overstock of Battle Armor He-Man and Battle Armor Skeletor and Clamp Champ. And like a few Masterverse figures. I think they had the Revelation Faker and Mossman. And they still have like a ton of Mossman at my Ollie's for whatever reason. So it's strange to me because like the one I really remember being a peg warmer out of that wave at regular retail was Evil Lynn. Like I still see Evil Lynn occasionally when I go into a Walmart, but but I guess they just had overstock of Mossman like out the wazoo because my Ollie's just has a ton of Mossman.
That's interesting.
So yeah, and Mossman isn't really a figure that I can think of to do too many customs with, unless it's like different versions of Mossman, like I don't know, like make him brown or something. I don't know what to do with Mossman, but yeah, Clamp Champ. I was like, oh well, I can make Zodak with a K. I can do that. So. And now my phone's back up to 9%, so it looks like that's going to work as far as charging that goes.
Yeah, and
should get us through the rest of the stream anyway.
Yeah, and I keep sitting here going, okay, what the heck do I? The fun thing about now I'm looking at a mother box because it uses the same exact batteries, and I'm like, okay, well, let me see. Do I just have bad batteries, or did I f the board up somehow? Or like, which I don't know how I would have. The last time I used it, everything was fine, and it doesn't look damaged. Everything looks fine, but. So I'm hoping these batteries are just duds.
Yeah, hopefully. That seems like that would be the best case scenario.
They've been sitting around for so long, and they're like, I mean, I'd show them to you on camera, but they're like, I wouldn't even think. I mean, like a watch battery, like the small little like make a tiny version of that.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and I did turn it on quite a bit. And one night I walked in here and I realized, oh, oopsie, I said his eyes were still on. So like, and then these batteries, God knows like how long they've been sitting around. I
Mhm.
wouldn't even know. Oh God! And I have no idea how to open this box. Oh, well, there's a hint.
Yeah.
Supposed to have directions somewhere, but I don't know. I might have to just watch a video on this because I don't know if I have. I mean, I know I've got the directions, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Right? Because that would be stupid. Oh, okay. Well, seems like this just comes right out. But, like, boy, it's not easy. Anyway. Ah! There we go. And there we are. So this is just a cover. Thank goodness. All right.
Uh-huh.
And now there's the actual battery cover where we can set our batteries, which I have no idea which direction. I mean, I know what. It's so nice of them not to put a positive or negative, like telling me which direction. Because I know that, like, okay, the flat side is the positive and like the rough side is the negative. Well, that's great. That's all I know. Anyway, so how do you like your Power Girl toy? How do you like her cape? Is the wired cape decent?
Yeah, they did a good job with it. It's kind of like with the Task Force Superman I was talking about. It's got like this double layer to it. It's like two layers of fabric, and then it's got you can see like it'll just stick straight out like that. So you can get it in pretty much any kind of pose you want. And I remember talking with you about this. Is like the variant figure is the one that comes with the jacket, and I
Yeah.
don't really care for Power Girl having the jacket. Much prefer that she has a cape, but I basically picked it up because I'm like, well, if we're gonna open something, I can open that. And then I'm still opening a Power Girl figure, so. But there's some other subtle differences too, like the blue is darker on the jacket version, and she's got like heat vision eyes on the jacket version. Streaky looks about the same, and obviously she's got long pants instead of shorts on the jacket version, which I don't really mind her having long pants, but if she's got long pants, I'd kind of prefer for her arms to be bare, because just because of the balance of the colors, I kind of feel like that brings everything together a bit better. That's just my opinion on that. Oh, she's got a gold belt on this version, whereas the standard one has a red belt. But yeah, she's very much based off of like the Amanda Connor design, and has a lot of the flourishes that her version of Power Girl has. Like she's got like she had kind of a clever idea, which was to give her a little bit of an emblem, and you can see it on the buckles of her boots, and like I guess it's the zipper on her collar. It's like the power button you'd have on an electronics device. That little circle with the dash at the top of it. So I thought that was a neat little touch that she had when she was kind of tweaking Power Girl's costume a bit. Like she basically, like when she drew Power Girl, just went back to the classic costume, which I think is the way to go. Power Girl has never had a better costume than her original costume. But that's not to say that she wasn't able to put a few of her own flourishes onto it, and make her a little more unique as far as like her interpretation of it. But I like these are definitely Amanda Connor style Power Girl boots. That's how she would draw those boots, with like the chunky sort of soles to them, like the thick heels like that. Like and she's got like they're not like sometimes on a superhero
Uh-oh.
costume. What's that?
Well, the mother box came on.
Oh. Oh no, that means there's a problem with the figure then, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, maybe. Let me look at this board here and see what's going on. I have to put it under a magnifying glass or something. I don't know what would have gone wrong with it.
I'm not really an expert on electronics or anything like that, but I would figure like somebody who is might be able to repair it, like solder something together or something like that.
Yeah, normally I'm pretty good about this kind of thing, but I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame. Hopefully we'll be able to get it figured out.
Hold on a second. Yeah, well, I guess I have to put that on hold. It's fine. I don't mind. He's the most important thing anyway.
Yeah.
We have a special guest.
Aw. Well, hello there.
Yeah, my little man. Hello. Sorry, it's so bright in here. I know you're not used to that.
Yeah.
He's 2 months old.
Aw.
So, yeah.
Yeah. They get bigger, as I understand.
Yeah.
As it was
As regarding
explained.
the head, I wondered, like, when I opened it a minute ago, if I like, when I popped it open, like, if I did something to like the very, very edge here. That's what I'm trying to look at. But that seems to be nothing.
No, my phone's up to 10%. So yeah, that's working.
I don't know. I'll take a look at it later. I mean, it's just weird because I was working and I forgot. I was like, oh gosh. I just remember to turn it on earlier instead of like open it up, because I took the head off and like it kind of was. I was taking the head off because I thought I was gonna have to grab another head sculpt. What's wrong? Oh, you don't usually cry with Daddy. What's going on? What is it? The light? Is it the light? The only time he's in a room this bright is in the hospital.
Aw.
And he never cries with me. Like it's funny. Like, hey, big guy, come. Let's do our thing. Yeah. What's going on? But he'll be crying, and like my wife will hand him to me. He stops. This kept happening last night, and it was driving me insane. Because I was really tired, and my muscles were so sore. Like I've been training a lot. The costume still fits me for now, but I had a little difficulty getting my arms in today. I'm going, oh great.
Yeah.
Because it's anyway. But yeah. So I'm gaining. So I'm training to gain weight, and I'm like sore as can be, and I didn't want to hold him.
Yeah.
And then like every time I would hand him back to his mom, he would cry. And I was like, dude, quit doing that. You're going to make your mom feel bad.
I'm sure it's nothing personal.
No, I think it's my hands. I got big hands, like 8.5 inches.
Yeah.
And so like when I grab
those
him,
kind of hands where you just grab a basketball like that.
Yeah, I've done it before. Yeah. I know you don't like the light. I know. But yeah, anyway, when I hold him, yeah, I fully support his body. When his
Yeah.
mom holds him, like I'm like, "Hey, sweetheart, you're leaving gaps here." And I'm like, "Okay, he's not a toy, all right, right? What if someone held you like that? How would you
Yeah.
feel?"
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, your back would probably hurt. So I try to like tell her like to not leave any gaps.
Hmm.
You always smell like milk.
Yeah.
No, he has a very good smell, but I can always, I mean, even right now in the costume, I can smell him. What? What?
Forget
Oh,
where it
looks
was
like
that
it's
I
gonna
heard
be
it, where
yours one day.
somebody described babies as they smell like hope.
Yeah. And oh, my big old feet. Well, that's something else with this guy. He already has, and like doctors have commented, quite the large foot for a 2-month-old.
Yeah.
And his hands are enormous.
Yeah.
So,
Or
yeah.
my younger nephew, he came out with like really big hands. Oh, that's a cute little fella. Hey there.
Yeah, he's thank you, by the way, but and everybody like comments on, oh, how cute he is and all this, and he's done a modeling photo shoot. I got one picture.
Yeah.
He makes these expressions sometimes that are a little funny.
Yeah.
Like, I swear, I'm like, is there an adult in there or something? Because like he'll look and
This is the first time I've ever had a baby on my YouTube channel. So there we go.
Oh, I know the lights. Yeah.
What's up?
So, but yeah, well, actually, when he was still in the like the day after he was born, he was on a stream.
Yeah.
Because I do a daily show where I'm with some other people, and they all know me. So like I was like, hey, yeah, this is going on.
Yeah.
So it's been a trip for sure.
Yeah.
My wife was a little insulting.
Oh.
She goes, I was so surprised when he cried and you just jumped right up. And I'm like, because when I was like asleep on a bench in her hospital room.
Yeah.
Or it's kind of like a little single bed. I was like, sweetheart, thanks. And what was I supposed to do?
Yeah.
She was very, very out of it she was in the hospital for a week. Oh,
Wow.
great grumbles. I hear that. I think you farted. But yeah, my wife, she had to have a C-section, so
Yeah.
that was a little scary to say the least. We got lucky because we were there for an inducement, a labor inducement, and I mean, and then all of a sudden her water broke and she started having all these complications.
Oh.
So it was like, and they, oh yeah, Mom might need to hit you in a second, actually. Mm-hmm. So, ooh, dang kid. The entire hospital, like that being like all the nurses went running down the hallway.
Oh.
And it was a red alert. And like, I'm friends with the surgeon. He's a big nerd, by the way. Like he has like the goofiest laugh. But anyway, like there was just a list like of things that were wrong with her. And so I saw him before she did. And it was a few days of me taking care of him. And when she came into the room, man, I never seen her. I mean, I've been with her for 20 years. I looked at her, I was like, "Dang, girl, you're really out of it." So,
is she doing fine now?
yeah, it took her like, I mean, she's just now like really seeming like herself again.
Okay.
And but the nurses said that she gave him good practice. I think something. Yeah, I think. Hey, what? Hey, he's Hey, mama. Yeah, I know what you did. Hold on 1 second. Now I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. So while he deals with that, I guess I'll go back to stalling. So yeah, this was the movie version of He-Man, my homage to that, and I used the new Eternia harness, and I glued a little. That's a Thunder Punch He-Man crest that I glued on there. I couldn't find the actual Castle Grayskull crest that they had in the movie with the dragon on it, but I kind of figured, well, it's a little more toyetic that way with the Thunder Punch He-Man sort of shield to it, and then the cape, just a piece of kind of burgundy colored spandex, and I put there's like some loops that I made out of elastic cord that kind of wrap around the shoulder plates there. So the cape is removable. I thought it was very important that this guy have a removable cape since Dolph Lundgren. There's some scenes in the movie where he's not wearing the cape, and then this is a 3D print of the Power Sword. This is one where it's just kind of in that gold filament I've been using, but I did order some silver filament that should be arriving tomorrow, hopefully. So I'm gonna do this movie version of the Power Sword in silver as well, and one of them's gonna wind up getting painted up to look more like how it looked in the movie with the silver blade and the gold on the handguard, and I think it's a brown like wraps on the hilt. I think that's how that works. But and then yeah, the shin armor, I'll have that painted up. I want to have all the gold parts of it painted up the same shade of gold. So he's very much a work in progress, but I think he's coming along quite nicely. And now Captain Havfun's back, so we can resume.
Yeah. Oh, fine. Okay, there she goes. I hear the beep. Okay. Yeah, I guess my wife left the house for a minute, so
Oh,
I'm like, okay, because, oh, great. God, I hate that. God dang it. Oh, mother effer. Because, yeah. Hold on, kiddo. Hold on. I'll get that later. Yeah, the DeLorean will stick really like dang, will stick to it if you don't take it off just right. And I kind of forgot about that just now. I was trying to take it off because it stopped moving, and I'm like, I don't want to leave it in, like floating when I'm not in the room because it can't come off. Hold on, kiddo. Hold on. Your mama's home. Hey, baby. Yeah, because he needs changing. We need to change it right now. Sure. I'm pretty stunned. I mean, I would check first. Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna. I'm sure. Black the laser.
So you've got kids, right?
No, I don't have any kids that I know of.
Oh, okay. I thought you did. For some reason, I thought you had like I don't know, like a son or something. I don't
know. No. If I do, that's going to come as quite a surprise to me. So,
oops.
You just never met the right girl, I guess. Be crazy enough to want to have kids with me.
I met her when I was quite young, But I've been on my own for quite a while, so
Yeah.
I was a bit of a wanderer
Mm-hmm.
until she came around,
Yeah.
and then I decided to be a good boy.
That'll happen.
After a while, but it was just like, I mean, she's my best friend.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
And it's like a total partnership, and we like laugh at other couples that have been together for, well, like less time. They get married and they're already divorced.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
It's like, and it used to, like, just be like kind of a joke because we hadn't been together that long.
Yeah.
But now it's like, well, a lot happens in a couple decades.
Oh, yeah.
So, but what hasn't happened, she has not gotten ugly. She has not gotten fat.
Yeah.
She has only become more dedicated, it seems. And I can't complain. I'm
Yeah.
happy.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, so many people, like, I don't know, like we just don't get, like, I don't know why a guy would want to cheat on his wife. If a guy
Yeah.
cheats on his wife, he's not my friend anymore.
Yeah. I can understand that. I like to think that, much like Captain Kirk, my interpretation of him, I'm more of a serial monogamist. Like, if I'm with a girl, I'm with that girl. That's all there is to it. So,
Yeah.
but they don't tend to last very long. Maybe I'm just hard to be with for whatever reason. But it is what it is. But yeah, that's the sort of thing. Like I'm a big Star Trek fan, and people always joke around about Captain Kirk being a womanizer, and I'm like, well, not really. I mean, like, he's had a lot of girlfriends, but, like, when he's got a girlfriend, that's his girlfriend. That's just how it is. So, and of course, Captain Kirk's one true love is the Enterprise. So nobody can really compete with her.
No.
Yeah.
And I had a friend tell me the other day, the reason he could never watch Star Trek is
Mhm.
because William Shatner's acting was so bad. I'm like, really?
Ha!
Okay. I mean,
I
there's
think
a lot of
Shatner's
reasons to not
great.
watch something, but
That's just me.
I mean,
But yeah, now my phone's at 13%. So yeah, I think we're gonna be okay. So but yeah, like here's the thing. I remember talking with a friend of mine about Star Trek, and we were talking about the cage, and he was saying that
it's just the batteries. It's just the batteries. They weren't tight
oh,
enough.
okay. So it's working now?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
I'm gonna
Awesome.
shoot it back inside the head. See how it works out, because it's, oh, God darn it.
But yeah,
The batteries are loose. That's all.
okay, good. But my friend was saying he felt like Star Trek would have been a better show if they had have kept Jeffrey Hunter as Captain Pike. And I'm like, no, it would not have been, because here's what you got to understand. Who's the most popular character on Star Trek? It's Spock, unquestionably. And Spock would not have been the character that he was if Leonard Nimoy did not have William Shatner to play off of in that way, because William Shatner's performance is so boisterous, and it is what it is. And so Nimoy was like, okay, well, I got to play this like more subtle to contrast off of him. And that's when you got that sort of, cool, reserved sort of Mr. Spock. If you look at him in the first pilot, he's not playing Spock like that at all. And even in the second pilot, like, he hasn't quite nailed it yet. And I honestly don't feel like it really all comes together until, DeForest Kelly's on the show, and then you have Kirk, Spock, and Bones, and the three of them together. That's where it's like a gestalt. It's like the the whole is greater than the sum of the parts kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think way more about Star Trek than maybe any human being should. but but yeah, my two favorite live action television shows would be the original Star Trek and the 1966 Batman television show, which both ran on TV around the same time, and both have a lot of weird parallels to each other, and both have a lot of crossover as far as the guest stars and everything. So I always kind of joke that if you see a pretty girl on Batman, she's probably also on Star Trek and vice versa. But there's a lot of actresses that kind of went back and forth between being a guest star on Star Trek and a guest star on Batman. So Julie Newmar being one of the more famous ones. Lee
I know.
Merriweather, she wasn't on the show. Well, she was on the show, but she wasn't Catwoman on the show. She was Catwoman in the movie, but she was on Star Trek. So they had two of the three Catwomen. Eartha Kitt was the only one that they missed on Star Trek.
Hmm. Yeah. I got to meet Julie Newmar when I was 9. Oh, on my 9th birthday,
Oh yeah,
actually. Yeah. Yeah.
that's cool.
She was a nice lady.
Yeah, she seems like she would be. Like I met Lee Merriweather, and she was lovely. And like when I met her, this was God, maybe like 10 years ago at this point, maybe longer. And she still just looked incredibly beautiful. And I'm not saying she looked incredibly beautiful for a woman her age. I mean, she just still looked incredibly beautiful. Like she got good bone structure, is what it is.
Yeah.
And she was just a lovely person, just in general. So she was very kind to me. And I was telling her how like my favorite scene that she did in the movie was the scene where her and Bruce Wayne had Kitka. You know, they'd both been kidnapped by the villains, and she's having to pretend to be Kitka while tied up in the bed while she's talking to Bruce Wayne. So there's levels to her performance where she's Catwoman playing another character on top of that, and her interactions with Adam West in that scene are just great to me. And I love how like he kind of on the fly comes up with this. Oh, I've got this radio transmitter strapped around my elbow. If you could just wiggle around and you can grab it, and she's like, oh, duh, like she's not really that excited about it. So there's the head.
Well, yeah, and it was just turned on. Like I got to hold it a certain way for the batteries to like. The batteries want to keep coming out. They're
So
like,
all the yeah, wow.
yeah, you just lit up red a second ago, but not. Maybe I got to put some foil in there or something just to make because
So
like
that
the battery contacts because I feel like the
that's
contacts are off.
that's the innards for the head.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the contacts feel slightly off.
Uh,
Something's not right there. Yeah, but anyway, God dang it. These batteries, man. Like one just dropped again, and like I could hear where it went. Oh, there it is.
oh, I hate that.
And like, because it's silver, so it's really hard to see.
I have the infamous box of stuff that's underneath me here. It's like, paints and various custom stuff that I use. And sometimes I'll drop an accessory in there and I'm like, well, there's no telling where it is now. That's, oh, yeah, here's a guy that I didn't do an unboxing for this on here, but I got really cheap at GameStop one time. I got the Christopher Walken character from Dune, and I took the robe off of him, and he's wearing like this kind of leotard underneath. But I bought him mainly because I wanted to use that Christopher Walken head. I was gonna make a Max Shrek figure, but I still haven't gotten around to doing it yet.
Hmm.
Because that's a character that I figure like they're probably not going to get around to making Max Shrek in any format, so might as well do it myself. I would really want to make, of course, the Kenner scale of Max Shrek, so you could go with those other vintage Batman Returns figures that I have, and eventually a proper Danny DeVito Penguin. I'd like to have one of those.
I'm getting a proper Danny DeVito Penguin sometime soon. I don't. I mean, it's been delayed till May.
Yeah.
I'm getting two because oh god, I hate this. This is BS that the company did. I mean, it's like the same figure. The deluxe version. Well, I mean, I'll show you them later. I'll tell you because basically you've got to buy both, which ends up being around $230.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
Because
because like the regular one actually comes with a few better things and is a little better in some ways than the deluxe one. Like the deluxe one doesn't even have like a regular umbrella. His umbrella is weird. It doesn't have any fabric on it.
Huh.
So I don't know what
like
that's about.
Spines or
Huh?
Is it just the spines? Or just a handle?
Yeah,
or...
yeah. It's just the frame of the umbrella.
Strange.
It's a very bizarre way to release something. But yeah.
I always really like the scene in the movie where like he's kidnapped Max Shrek and he's just going through his arsenal of umbrellas, which are just in like a little umbrella stand, which is, of course they are. like that's the sort of thing where I'm like, that's what I like about the Penguin. He's got these crazy umbrellas with all the gadgets and stuff in them. It's like I kind of if I was doing it, the Penguin's umbrella would be kind of like Batman's utility belt, where he's just got all this kind of stuff built into it, like like that's part of the fun of that character, I think. So if I were going to do a collector edition figure like that, like a fancy thing, that would be something where like the McFarlane collector edition figure, I kind of felt like it was overpriced for what it was. Most of the collector edition figures are, but one thing that would have made me a lot more forgiving of it is if he had have had like several umbrellas with different attachments, like a sword umbrella or a machine gun umbrella, or maybe one with like a plume of gas coming out of it. But he just comes with the one umbrella. And it's the same umbrella that already came with the Arkham City Penguin. So I even as overpriced as it was, I still would have bought the platinum edition if I found it, because I'm a sucker for superpowers. So I would have liked to have that superpowers colored penguin. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I remember when the Batman Returns came out and they didn't have Danny DeVito figures because they were too scary.
yeah. And for whatever reason, I've got like a half a dozen penguin figures. I just keep acquiring them somehow. I was going through my storage unit today and I found another one, and I'm like, how many of these things do I have? But yeah, that was why I was thinking I might just make a custom, Danny DeVito's the Penguin, since got certainly enough of these. I could use one of them for the base. But I do think that that's actually a good Penguin figure. It's not a good movie Penguin figure, but if you just want like a figure of the character in general, I feel like it's a pretty good one.
I mean, its legs don't bend.
Yeah. So,
and it's just a reprint of the Toy Biz. I mean,
yeah.
And or Kenner one that they made back in '84. It's the same exact mold.
I like that he had a black tuxedo, which that was nice.
Yeah, black and red. Yeah.
and I like the umbrella launcher, even though I find that the clip that attaches to his forearm is rather delicate. So whenever I do finally replace the one that I have that broke, that thing is never going onto his arm. It's just going to go straight onto his back, and that's it. That's so. But whenever I get around to replacing that particular piece, so. But yeah, I do have the umbrella launcher. It's just that the clip broke, so it won't go on his forearm anymore. So, and they use the same one on the how was it called, like Arrow Strike Batman. He reuses that same launcher, and even that's kind of retooled from the original what was it, Crime Attack Batman. That one is basically the same launcher but in gold and with a bat emblem stamped onto it instead of the gas canister looking things.
Actually,
So I try to be
get
careful with.
serious about this.
Yeah.
All right, so Arrow Attack Batman and Crime Attack Batman. You want Good falling. There you go. All right, good. Let's pick up one later. All right. Let's get to these. All right, so because I'll show you. This is a complete screw up, and I mean, I have a lot of words I could say about this, but So, okay. Crime Attack Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yeah, it's the same. Now, if you're talking about the gun or whatever, it's sort of
it's kind of the Penguin one and the Arrow Strike are kind of retooled from that one.
Oh, okay.
They're very similar.
Arrow Strike Batman. I mean, this is Arctic Batman, all right?
Yeah.
Arrow Strike Batman.
Yeah. Same armor.
Exact same thing. Oh, and just, by the way, and also Tech Shield Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Screw you, Jim.
Now, in hindsight, I think that they should have reversed the. I know that that they could have done it in time, but in hindsight, I kind of feel like they should have reversed the names of those figures. Arrow Strike Batman should be the guy with the jetpack, and Tech Shield Batman should be the guy with the armor. It's just funny how it worked out that way.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if it's a sort of thing where, like, maybe they wanted to re-release the Tech Shield Batman because it sold really well, and like for whatever reason they didn't have access to the jetpack anymore. Like maybe the mold was damaged or something like that, because that does happen sometimes with these toy molds. And they're like, well, just throw some other accessories on there,
It is in like the second wave or whatever.
Yeah, we got the Penguin's umbrella launcher. We got the Arctic Batman armor. We got this missile that comes with Wall Scaler Batman. Which one was that? The Night Climber Batman. It was one of the deluxe figures. The one with the bat that's supposed to climb up the walls and the wings kind of wiggle back and forth like that.
Yeah.
I think it's called Night Climber Batman. It's the one in the purple outfit. I have the figure, but I don't have any of the accessories. But I did get the purple Batman figure in a lot. He's kind of sharp looking. So I think I'd taken a picture of him next to the Joker in the blue outfit, and I was like, oh, here's Joker in blue and Batman in purple. That was the Batman animated series one where he was in the blue outfit, like with the pogo stick, Pogo Joker, or whatever he was called.
That's like.
If you try to find a BTAS Joker on eBay, he's going to be the cheapest one you find. Is that blue suit one?
Yeah, and by the way, McFarlane's They're 7-inch BTAS. Woo. Okay, so worst cape I've ever seen ever. Like,
Oh.
it's like, I mean, it's cloth technically, but it certainly feels like cardboard.
Hmm.
And it doesn't, like, I mean, I guess you
It
could say at
seems.
least it's not plastic, but barely.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how I feel about that. And it's weird, no, the lights on this were working, and now they're not. The diodes, these little things, they've got such. I don't know. I don't want to keep harping on, but it's annoying because it's so expensive. And then like try to get it replaced. Oh boy, that's just going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Mezco has any replacement heads for this, or if I mean, because it really is just a contact, because I was able to squeeze the contacts and like the lights came, the diodes lit right up. So it just has to do with the power getting, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the circuit board's broken, but then I say that, and that's exactly what's going to be the case. So
Yeah.
and then like, I'm not going to be able to get to work later. I don't know why this had to happen. If I would have just flipped the darn switch, I forgot that I left this head on, but in the back of my mind, I was like, well, why even take the head off? I mean, because it's just the same. Idiot.
Yeah. That's
But it won't
funny.
be a problem. I mean, like, I always like a challenge, but
Yeah.
it's just constantly. I wonder, because like these batteries are super loose. By the way, I can't really like tell you, like they just want to pop right out. They don't really want to. I wonder if they're not touching properly.
Well, that might be part of the problem.
Because
I don't
if
know. Like I
only.
said, I'm no expert in that sort of thing. But
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a little space there. I'm gonna get some foil in a little bit and see if I can just shove that in there.
yeah, that might help.
I
Give you
doubt
a little
it,
bit more
but we'll see.
contact.
Who knows? I mean,
Well, it couldn't hurt. It's not like it's going to make it work any less, I guess.
yeah,
So
yeah. No,
hopefully
it's
be able to get it working.
huh?
Hopefully be able to get it working.
Yeah, I'm just noticing, like, especially with this one battery, it's really loose. So I don't. I mean, like, they just slide right out.
But yeah, if it is loose, then it just might not be, completing the circuit if you jostle it just the wrong way.
Yeah, so I noticed earlier when I was like moving around and like squeezing, like I had my hands on the batteries. That's when the lights came on. Is when I
Hmm.
had like my hand like actually touching the batteries. Is when the lights actually flickered and like stayed
Yeah,
on. So like I'm going, okay, well, is that it?
well, definitely worth a shot.
And I forget which way is the on. uh, there's no offer on. Like it doesn't tell you like which way is which. So I just kind of have to kind of guess here.
Hmm.
Great, I feel like an idiot. I forgot which way was on. I think it's. Yeah, I think it's on to the right, off to the left. But I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Yeah, typically that's the rule, but
Yeah,
it's upside down, so
kind of applies, I guess. I don't know.
what? There we go. Okay. I don't know. I just like the switch didn't want to move first. I'm gonna put this Mesco thing away. Keep harping on that way too much. Anyway, so I got this box cutter up because I did want to do this before we go. I haven't opened Power Girl, and I do want to open her. So
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that.
yeah.
And then we can look at both versions of the figure.
Yeah, let's do it.
So it does have a lovely piece of artwork on the back. I'm not sure who the artist is, but it's very nice. And that's what this side of the package looks like. It says Power Girl Reborn. That's how they're labeling that one. This is figure number 31 in the McFarlane Collector Edition. Unfortunately, does not come with a trading card stand and doesn't come with a flight stand, which I kind of figure for a $30 action figure, I should have got a flight stand.
I know,
saying.
right?
It shouldn't be that. Christopher Reeve Superman came with a flight stand. Why doesn't Power Girl?
Well, you know what I did is and they're only for they're 4 6-inch figures, but they're so big. I mean, I'm going to show this to you in just a second. Because yeah, she doesn't come with a flight stand. Oh, there we go. I got to cut that off. But I was ready for that. I bought 8 Superman flight stands from Mezco for I think they were for the 8, I think it was 40. I think it was either 20 or 40 because I ordered 2 I ordered the last 2 sets they had, which was sets of 4.
Mm-hmm. Would you say those are better flight stands than the McFarlane ones?
Yes. Jesus Christ. They've got her feeder in their tight. I got to go to the front and cut it. Because, man, yeah, woo. Careful here, too. Jesus.
Back from the back. We're going to get Streaky out first.
Her, yeah. Ooh.
And Streaky does look to be identical to the one that comes with the standard figure. I'm not noticing any difference in it. Oh, well, he's got laser eyes also. So that would be the difference. I'm pretty sure the standard Streaky, he's around here somewhere.
That's what's kind of cool about the Christopher Reeve Chase variant is that it's not really as disheveled as the regular face, the laser eye. So you can use that on a regular Christopher Reeve if you just want to have the laser eyes.
I kind of wonder if they planned it that way. It works. It works definitely. But yeah, the platinum version, Streaky has heat vision, and the standard version, he just has regular green cat eyes. So we can set that aside now. And then she comes with 4 extra hands. She got pistol grip hands, oddly enough. I don't think Power Girl really needs to use guns, but, she can if she wants to, because she got pistol grip hands. And then on the Platinum Edition, at least, it's the open hands that are that come on the figure standard. So then we have the pistol grip hands and the solid fist hands. And like I said, the open hands are already on. And like I said, her gloves and boots are a slightly darker shade than the gloves and boots that come with the standard version. So we can set those aside. And, we got the figure stand and the trading card. Can't forget the figure stand and the trading card. And unfortunately not on the same plastic bubble as I like them to be. But I was able to get the trading card off fairly easily anyway. So that's good. And then she's got the standard figure stand that comes with McFarlane Collector Editions. So it's a slightly glossier than these usually are, but a black figure stand with a DC silver logo embossed onto it. Like I said, unfortunately not a flight stand, but at least she has a figure stand. Every figure she comes with a figure stand. That's a good looking flight stand. So how much did you say you paid for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they were like 20 for 4. It's like for $5, and I mean, like it's got a big base,
That is definitely a good deal, and I like that it's got the emblem on there. So that's a nice touch.
So yeah, I mean, I knew I was going to be buying a bunch of Superman figures, and I didn't know
Yeah.
If they would come with flight stands, because like I mean, here's McFarlane's. And I put it on for him too. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
So there was, it looks like a rubber tab that went around her waist and then kind of went around her arm. So I cut that. And then there's one that goes around this wrist. I'm just cutting them from the back because it seems like it'll
Yeah,
be
the
easier.
Doomsday
I don't want to
Superman
mess up the
pack, the
jacket.
one that costs like I think it's $70 or $60.
Yeah.
It does not come with a flight stand.
Yeah, see, and that definitely should have come with a flight stand.
It's just ridiculous. So
I like that Superman figure. I felt like they did a good job with it. I think they could have done a better job with Doomsday. And I realized that like that's not the traditional version of Doomsday that they're making a figure of, and it's not going to look as cool as the comic book version of Doomsday would look in that format. So I'm taking that into account when I say this. I think they could have done a better job adapting the BVS version of Doomsday into an action figure. That's just my opinion. I think they could have done a better job with it. It's not bad, but it's not that great either. It's just kind of, it is what it is. So
I feel like they didn't want to pay Henry Cavill for his likeness.
if they did, then they overpaid because, like I said, it to me they didn't quite cash Henry Cavill. Like I said, I don't know if it's just the sort of thing where like maybe he's just like too classically handsome that there's not a lot of like characteristics to really latch on to. Like if the Nicolas Cage head sculpt that I printed out, the guy who sculpted that did a great job of it. But Nicolas Cage is a dude who's got like a lot of distinguishing characteristics to his face. So it's probably easier to make a recognizable Nicolas Cage than Henry Cavill, for example. And I'm not saying Nicolas Cage is like an ugly dude. He's a handsome dude, but he's not like that sort of classically handsome. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's the trading card, same piece of artwork that's on the back. And that's what the back looks like. And it reads Power Girl Reborn, data file, real name Kara Zor-El, comma, Karen Starr. They're not calling her Paige on this yet, which they changed her name in the comic book, I think. And it says Kara Zor-El escaped Krypton and gained astounding abilities under Earth 2's Yellow Sun. Adopted by Clark Kent and Lois Lane, she was coached by Superman, her cousin Kal-El, which, by the way, they misspell both her and Superman's Kryptonian names on this. It should be Kal hyphen capital L. That's how the Earth 2 version is spelled. It's not EL, like, Spanish for the. But yeah, when Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman died after Earth 2 was invaded by Apocalypse, Kara and her friend Robin were ejected from their universe. On Prime Earth, Kara rebranded herself as technology and entrepreneur Karen Starr, building a company dedicated to bridging dimensions. As Power Girl, she secretly covertly secured funds and confiscated useful technologies in a bid to return to Earth 2. So this is definitely the Earth, the New 52 version of her origin on here. And now that I think about it, it's possible that maybe the New 52 Earth 2 versions of Power Girl and Superman did spell the name as EL rather than just a capital L, because I didn't read a whole lot of New 52
I don't know
comics.
why like one eye is brighter than the other, because it's really just a filter.
Huh.
And
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there. I mean, it doesn't really look like that in real life. Anyway.
Well, it's
on the inside, it's just like a big light.
Yeah.
Like, because I'll pop it off.
So the bit of the flash there that's coming out of his eye, is that just on one eye?
No, see, that's the thing. I don't know what's going on. Like, because it's just I looked on the inside. Maybe I'll clean it up a little bit. I don't know if something got in there because It's really just plastic that filters it
Huh.
out.
I don't guess they got any kind of reflector on there or anything.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's just simply like, I mean, it might as well be like, this for the head, for the eyes. It's just a filter.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Unlike that other one, like the lights actually come on, like light up red, and they're just in the eyes. But I think this is a better idea as far as like, I mean, because it's in the body, it's a little more guarded, it's not fragile, and the only thing that I have to deal with is the battery compartment. Like I don't have to see the circuit boards or any of that stuff with this. It's just the battery compartment. So
technically, the cord on this, I haven't tried to remove it, but technically it should be removable. It's definitely loose. It's not permanently attached to the figure. It's not glued on or anything. But you can see how like I can kind of shift it around like that. And this one is definitely loose because it's over the jacket that she has, and she does have some printing on the jacket.
Yes.
Unlike, you got it to work.
It's the contacts.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'll just add some foil because that's the exact same thing I do with that figure you just saw. Brand new.
Oh yeah, they're
brand new out of the box.
working.
The contacts weren't like, so I just added a little piece of aluminum foil in between the button batteries and the contact. Fired it right up.
There you go. Bob's your uncle.
So it's just that, yeah, that's silly.
McFarlane just paints on the laser eyes, so those don't ever break. They're not as impressive looking, but they don't break either. So this jacket should be removable. I'm gonna try to remove it. First, I'm gonna take off her head because I feel like that's gonna be easier to get the cord off. We'll remove that. Set that aside. And then the jacket should just come off. I'm going to take her hands off too. I think that'll make that easier. That way I don't have to worry about all these fingers getting caught on everything. And before I take it off, I will point out that unlike Mr. Terrific, who unfortunately did not have any of the decals printed onto his suit, she does have these Superman emblems, these kind of sloppy looking Superman emblems that are printed onto her suit. So, and they don't look anything like the traditional Earth 2 Superman emblem, which I probably would prefer. They look like the Earth 2 Superman emblem, but they look like somebody did the George Reeves emblem, but very badly. That's what they look like to me. And this is a very tight fitting sleeve that we have on here. But I want to try to take the jacket off so we can see her without her jacket.
Look at this horrible head sculpt. I mean, it's not the worst.
He looks kind of pouty.
Garland, Superman.
Mm-hmm.
That thing's so hideous. I can't even look at it. I literally removed it. So
yeah.
But and I do like how this has got like the Toy Biz style S on the back.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you talking about that with the negative spaces are colored in red. I agree. I think that's a good look.
Yeah, and just like Superman 1000, they did that too. That's the best McFarlane figure they've made, and his hands are actually the right size. There's also like, if you look at this figure, this is an 8-inch figure, and like the hands on McFarlane. Okay, McFarlane is a 7-inch figure, and it's almost the same size hands.
He's got them mitts.
I know, and I don't know why they keep doing this to Superman. They never give him properly sized hands. It drives me nuts.
Yeah. So the only platinum edition from this one that I haven't managed to get, so from this wave, was I did not get the platinum edition Captain Cold, and I might try to get that at some point. But I have the standard Captain Cold, and I had the ones that I ordered from GameStop they actually sent me the platinum Guy Gardner rather than the standard Green Lantern Guy Gardner, and that meant I had to still hunt down the Green Lantern version of Guy Gardner. But I did see one at Walmart, so I was able to snag one that way. So I'm gonna put her
You're
back
the
together.
multiverse one, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I have
Yeah,
both
yeah.
the
I mean, I rarely go to the stores these days, so yeah, it's
yeah. I did want to have the blue costume because I'm a big fan of Death of Superman. That's like one of my favorite Superman comic book stories of all time. So I definitely wanted to have that because that's what he looked like in that story. But it was more important to me overall, obviously, to have a Guy Gardner that's, a Green Lantern. So here's what she looks like without the jacket, and you can see she's
I
wearing
don't
like
like
an
Guy Gardner simply because of his hair.
yeah,
I, well, that and I'm also like not. I mean, I'm not into jewelry, so a superhero who gets his powers from his jewelry. All right, all right. That's number right, and it needs to be recharged from his lantern, which also needs to be recharged. Okay, that's just 3 strikes right there,
yeah.
and then you get the freaking bowl cut. I'm out.
So if you go back and you check the first appearance, like it's not quite a bowl cut. It's almost more like George Clooney when he was on ER, like that kind of haircut.
Yeah,
So it's like that's Caesar, I think is what they call it. But
my
like
hair.
I think yeah, artists kind of exaggerated it more and more as it went on until it kind of just became a bowl cut. It's kind of one of those weird things. But again, if you look at his first appearance in that one, he's kind of written to be a nice guy. But on the cover, it's got him like standing over an unconscious green, Hal Jordan saying like, "Yeah, there's only room for one Green Lantern," and like he's got like a bit of an attitude. So, but I don't think he had that in the original story. So I kind of feel like when they brought Guy Gardner back in the '80s, they were more basing him off of the cover than the actual comic book story inside. That's my theory on that. But Howard Chaykin was the one who designed that costume, and you can tell because it's very much how Howard Chaykin designs costumes, like Dominic Fortune. I'll probably talk more about this when I open up the action figure, but Dominic Fortune and the Scorpion and Reuben Flagg, like all these guys have that same sort of similar costume with like the jacket with the bibbed front and all that kind of stuff. So he's got a style of costume that he likes and he keeps coming back to. So I notice these things because I'm an admirer of Howard Chaykin, but whatever. But yeah, this is what she looks like without the jacket, and she does look really plain because it's just kind of a plain white suit, and you can see, like I said, she's got long white pants rather than having the bare legs like she usually has, and then she's got the laser eyes, so that makes her a little bit different. So yeah, the jacket itself is seems like a fairly thick kind of pleather material. So it seems like it's well made, if nothing else. So like I said, I don't really care for the jacket, but I do like Power Girl, so I was more than happy to go ahead and pick up this extra version of her anyway, especially since I already have like what I consider to be the definitive version. If you're only going to get one, make sure that you get the standard version because that's the character as she was meant to be. So, but this one's neat to have as kind of a novelty, I think. So, anyway, go ahead and talk about our articulation a little bit. Power Girl can look up about that far, look down about that far, tilt her head kind of quizzically from side to side, rotate the head all the way around. Arms rotate all the way around the shoulders, and they're on a butterfly joint, so they kind of get a nice little wiggle that way. Go back about that far, go forward about that far. She's got a bicep sole, so the bicep rotates all the way around. She got double jointed elbows. That's about the range of motion you get at the elbows. So good range of motion on the elbows. She's got the cool McFarlane wrist articulation, so you can move these wrists around any which way you want to, or at least you usually could, except for this one seems like it's a little stiff, and I don't want to force it. Never force your action figure joints. That's how you break your action figure joints. I got Dark Side over here.
Yeah, I was about to ask if you got that one. Like the
Oh,
big, yeah. I picked him up one day, like the first day I got him. Like I picked him up and I was like showing my wife, and as I'm doing this, like one of the legs just fell right out.
yeah. They don't stay on very well, I find, and like
I
mine seem to be on pretty solidly. But I know on the Task Force version, like I have a hard time getting legs to stay on, and his arms come out really easily too.
Yeah, a lot of
That
people have said they think that it started out as a Build-A-Figure that McFarlane decided to put out as a monster figure. But then I was like,
that
well,
was always my speculation.
yeah, and but at the same time that's just like because my Build-A-Figure. Well, I mean, maybe it's different when they're large because
Hmm.
my Plastic Man is
Yeah,
is perfectly. I mean, he's great. I
yeah,
wouldn't have guessed I put him together. I had no
yeah.
idea. If I didn't, do it myself.
They did do an awesome job with that Plastic Man figure. That
Yeah.
was the only
Wait a minute.
criticism I have of that. This is my nitpick for Plastic Man. Is I really wish they hadn't have actually sculpted the reflections into his goggles.
Oh
Like I don't
yeah.
know if
Oh,
somebody just like interpreted that too literally and thought that was an actual design, but no, it's just supposed to be a reflection. So I don't know why they sculpted it in there like that.
I
But
mean,
still, great looking figure. He's definitely a 9.9 out of 10, and that point one is sculpted that reflection. So so yeah,
McFarlane's been doing
power.
that a lot. Like
Yeah,
even Fake Shadow. I mean, like with the comic
don't.
books for the line they put out. All those like
Yeah,
whatever. Well, why are you doing that with the paint?
the question has that where they painted in the shadow underneath the hat, and if it had been more subtle, I think it would have worked better. But I think they laid it on a little too thick, just in my opinion. But Power Girl does not have the standard mid torso joint here. The one that you get like right under the rib cage. She's missing that, probably because they didn't want to interfere with the sculpting of her chestal region. you know, is that there's yeah. See, like look how flat that is. Yeah.
Like the shadow on this side and on the inside of his
Hmm.
arm.
Yeah,
I'm
where
like,
they cell shaded it, but
yeah,
but again, that like that probably would have worked if it was a little more subtle. I think the dark black is just a little bit too dark,
yeah, the black
and
on
it
the outside and it's blue on the
yeah.
inside.
If the dark
Like
black
I
was
said,
just
like
like a
it
shade or
barely
two
fits.
lighter, I think it would have worked better. What it really reminds me of is Christmas with the Joker, where there's some scenes where like Batman's gray is a bit darker than usual. But yeah, like there's no personality to that one. Like that's the problem. Is kind of part of the reason I think the superpowers capes work so well is because of that fold that the classic superpowers cape has to it. It makes it look a little bit more like a cape. When I was doing this He-Man figure and I made the cape for that, again, I was trying to give it a little bit more of that fold, like how that has. So it looks more like a cape, like an actual garment that's draped off of the figure rather than just like a piece of fabric they slapped on it.
And let's talk like I don't know if you noticed this. So this is kind of funny, and like I'm really disappointed with the superpowers Riddler because
Hmm.
I looked at him and I'm like, well, for when is the Riddler as buff as Superman? Because
Okay,
literally, he's it's just I think it's the same mold as Superman. But then, like
it's
when you
it's
look at
it's Green Lantern. It's John Stewart Green. Actually, it's Nightwing, but they share most of the same parts.
yeah,
Yeah, you know I'm
and
a fan of that Toy Biz Riddler. We've discussed that before.
oh yeah, and he's like properly sized. He's like not too big, not too small. He's a little shorter than Superman. Great.
So this is what I suspect happened. Is I'm sure you're aware of the Super Amigos Riddler from South
Yeah.
America, where it was a straight up repaint of Green Lantern. So I think the plan was, and if you look at the cross cell artwork on the back, it does look like the Hal Jordan Green Lantern figure. I suspect what happened is they were planning on doing it as a straight up repaint of Hal Jordan, like the Super Amigos Riddler. But I think the mold for Hal Jordan was actually damaged, and they were unable to. I suspect that's what happened. I have no proof of this. It's just a theory that happens to fit the facts. But I think that's why, kind of they probably made a last minute change because they needed to use something for the Riddler. They already announced it. So, well, use the Nightwing body then. So, but yeah, it's the John Stewart Green Lantern body, but the Nightwing version of it, where he has the two gripping hands. So if you compare
Yeah,
him to
yeah.
Nightwing,
I mean,
you'll
I've
see
actually got them standing right next to each other. Just total freaking coincidence, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at them and like, well, the
But
abs
I think
the abs are different, but
yeah.
like the legs, I think are absolutely the same.
But I suspect that that's what happened. So
arms look the same too. Yeah.
yeah. But I do think that resulted in the Riddler being a bit bulkier than he's supposed to be. I kind of joked that it's actually a figure of the Riddler from the Nightwing storyline, or the Nightwing. I got Nightwing on the brain now. The Nightfall storyline when Bane shot him up with Venom. So in my head canon, that's why that Riddler is so bulky. But I'm pretty sure it's the same head sculpt that the Hal Jordan figure had. So I think they just did the best they could with whatever they had available to them at the time. But that might also be why Hal Jordan is such a tricky figure to find. Yeah, you're a cute little fella.
Yeah, she's a little German Shepherd. She's a cutie.
Cute little
She was
girl.
wondering what I'm doing in here, so she came in here like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah. We got cuteness overload with babies and puppies. That's yeah, like I certainly would have preferred for the Riddler to be a little more slender. If it was me, I probably would have suggested that they use the Black Manta body for the Riddler. I think that would have worked pretty well. But that's just me.
And
So,
I don't know, like, and also, I don't know if I'm alone here, but like, I kind of like just the Black Manta version of Black Manta. Like,
yeah,
like it's black. He's called Black Manta. I don't need the blue guys.
He's
I
not
mean,
blue Manta. If I could only have one, I don't care how valuable it is. I would probably rather have the black version, but I do have the blue version. I was lucky enough to find him when I did.
Yeah,
but,
see, I wouldn't mind finding one, but not for me. It's for my son because he's got one of of every superpowers figure in the box. I just made sure anytime I bought something, I just made sure I kept one in the box for him, and of course he'll have all of them to play with. So, as well. So
and those are good figures for a kid to play with because they're just solid, sturdy figures. You're not gonna have to worry about him pulling the head off or pulling the hands off or anything like that. So I've got the black and gray Batman over here, and
I remember like getting him on my third birthday actually, and and sorry, I don't mean to age or anything, but yeah, I remember getting him like the original ones on my third birthday, and I thought, well, this is perfect. Like I'll just do the same for my son, like like and because and Lauren goes, well, bless her, because he's gonna want to open some. So you can't just like give it all like no. He said, "Well, I'm gonna give him like a box of some that he can open if he really needs to, but he's already gonna be playing with them. I mean, it's just gonna be like a supplemental thing that I just give to him. It's gonna be like a giant box of action. Who knows how many they're gonna make, but before the 2020, mid 2026, whatever.
Well, hopefully they can get me my purple dress Catwoman that I've been wanting since like the 80s.
Oh, I heard they're also going to make a Nightman action figure for I mean, I don't know if this is just rumor or what was going on with that, but I heard they were going to make a Nightman action figure in the superpowers line, and I'm like, well, that's quite interesting. I mean, you can't see it, but there's the original Nightman in the box right there from '95. Here's
Yeah.
another one from 1995. Did you watch Nightman?
I remember seeing a few episodes of it, but like it would have been when it originally aired, so it was a long time ago.
Yeah, that
I
aired
think
in
it's streaming
'98.
somewhere.
Oh, not yeah. I think it was 97 and 98 or 98 and 99. They filmed it over at Tribune Studios or something like
Yeah,
that. And anyway, pretty
that's
cool.
definitely a '90s grappling hook launcher.
Yeah, and to me, it was like the '90s version of the Greatest American Hero, but more serious.
Yeah,
Because he had a lot of the same powers, and he gets a lot of his abilities from his suit.
yeah. He almost could have been like the Batman to Ralph's Superman. I kind of feel like they if they had a teamed up, it would have been like that sort of like the darker hero versus the more brighter shining hero. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if you know how dark the comic books got, but I mean, like I've literally got a comic book of like where Nightman is eating someone's heart.
Yeah.
So yeah, because I mean, because he gets turned into a vampire and he doesn't like it. He's just having to put up with it at the time while he tries to like kill the other vampires or something. I can't really remember the storyline.
Yeah, it's been a while since I read. Was it Steve Englehart? Did he write those?
Malibu Comics. I can't remember.
I think Steve Englehart wrote those. So I'm a fan of his. Like I've read West Coast Avengers when I was a kid. That was my Avengers book because that was one where I kind of felt I was able to get like the first issue of it, so I felt like I was able to get in on the ground floor of it. And I like the standard Avengers, but West Coast Avengers, I kind of felt like that was actually my Avengers book at the time. So oh yeah, articulation. Getting back to that. So she's got a good waist articulation that moves around quite a bit, and the rubber trunks don't seem to hinder that too much. They're very soft as far as like the rubber trunks on these go. Power Girl can kick up about that far, which is phenomenal. That is a crazy amount to kick up. That is like some Yvonne Craig kind of kicking.
I was noticing that. I met her the same time that I met Julie Newmar, by the way. This is why I have Yvonne Craig's Batgirl figure at the very front of my Batman 66 shelf. It's because she was a very, very nice lady, and it's sad that she's not with us. So
she seems like she
little tribute to her.
Yeah. Well, she was one of my first childhood crushes. Like her and Linda Carter and Carrie Fisher. Pretty standard for kids my age.
Yeah, I would say I'm just like noticing this now. Yeah, flexible.
Yeah.
What is she doing?
Yeah, it'd be nice if they had a Batgirl. I got the Three Jokers Batgirl here. How high do see? Like she can get that. She can get almost that high. So
I really like the cape on this. Really, really
good.
I mean, the fabric is that fabric we talked about, but just the wire is so well done. The way they've incorporated it into her costume. It could be
most
better.
Most of these capes just have the wire on the edges of the cape, like but this one has it down at the bottom as well. So and that's one of the things I like about the Task Force Superman is he has like wire all the way over his cape. But since his cape is a lot bigger, it doesn't stand up quite as well as hers does because her cape is so tiny that it's a little lighter, and you can get a little bit more of a elevation to it, I guess, to put it that way.
And they really should have done some deco work here because I'm noticing, like, I even like look at her neck, like, okay, so how do we do this? If I can show you guys,
I'm talking about here. It look. I mean, there's a gap. You see what I'm talking about right there? That gap.
Oh yeah, the shoulder.
Yeah, and it's on both sides. I just looked up underneath here. It's on both
Yeah,
sides, which makes it look like her like costume is like her head. It almost looks like the head's not like attached down properly. It's not
yeah.
flush. That's kind of weird.
If you move the butterfly joint up a little bit, that helps with that somewhat. But yeah, there's like a little bit of an opening there, where there's a little bit of an opening there where it doesn't quite reach this neck piece here. It doesn't quite reach the torso at the edge. It looks like it fits in pretty well, like in the middle here. And of course, over on this side, you've got this pauldron, so that helps to hide it a little bit. So that's good.
Yeah, but I mean, the cape is still better, although it sticking out like that is very bizarre.
Yeah.
It literally looks like her head's about to come off.
Yeah.
But I mean, when we compare to my horrific experience with this guy,
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I need to grab Captain Thunder. So that way we can talk about the differences with that one. And I haven't managed to get the regular Shazam yet. He's still kind of pricey. So I don't even know. I might not buy him at all after hearing your horror story of it.
Like, there's so many horrible things about it. Did you you can see down inside the legs? The legs are hollow, and you can see, if you just bend I'll show you in a second. It is so bad. If you just move the legs, it's just.
This one, if you bend it back all the way, you can kind of see that.
I don't know if you knew. I mean, I can show you a picture. I trained like Zach Levy or Shazam. I taught him how to lift weights, like in this style called HIT, where like when I work out, say I'm I'll go one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I hold it for 4 seconds, then I'm back down, and that's why I mean, I'm not super huge right now, and I'm completely flat. I need to get some sugar in me, so my muscles are a little flat. But yeah, you only need to lift weights about 1 day a week if you do that. And I really like Shazam. I was really happy when he got the role, and I don't actually have an action figure of him.
I've got the. Did I have him over here? I thought I have him over here. He might be over on the other side of the room. But I had the movie version. I got another one for cheap, and I was actually I have somewhere over here. I think I still have. I 3D printed a head that was an Alex Ross looking Captain Marvel head. Yeah. So I was gonna try to make that one into a classic comic book style Captain Marvel. But now I have this one, so.
You see what I'm talking about?
What?
I mean, his legs are
What? See, mine on one of these legs, it doesn't look so bad, but on the other one, it does.
Oh, but also while we're on one of the joints, another thing that's great about Math X, let me just show you something. Woo! Yeah, baby. You can do anything you want with Math X. It's superposable and pretty durable.
Yeah.
What the
exception does reuse a lot of parts from the Earth 2 Superman.
Homelander is the only Math X figure I will not touch. It's right here, and I'm afraid to touch him. Because he's got little parts and little hinges and stuff that'll fly off.
Yeah. But this is one where I was seriously considering if I can get another one of these for a good price. I'd probably rather get one of these and modify it into Captain Marvel than get the actual Shazam figure. just from listening to your horror stories about it. But again, when you got the yellow, I think that fabric is the gold fabric just sounds to me like it's a lot more delicate than this kind of standard yellow fabric.
It's not delicate. It comes right off on your hands.
Where it flakes and everything, and I'm like, yellow doesn't
It doesn't
flake
just
because it's
flake,
just
like, I don't know
matte
if you
yellow.
can
It's regular fabric. It's not gonna flake.
I don't know if you can see
But
this.
that's a good pose I got it into there. I really like that. But if I could get another one of these and just paint his belt yellow and strip the sunburst off of his chest and put a lightning bolt on there, and I like it annoys me how large they made the lightning bolt on that, where like it actually goes, it actually crosses over that abdominal joint, and I don't like that his emblem is interrupted. That's something that that just maybe it bothers me a bit more than it bothers everybody else. but it kind of that kind of is an OCD kind of thing for me. Where like, they made it just like a little bit shorter and contained it all in his chest, or done like with you see with like some of the Black Adam figures, where like they just made that like a separate rubber piece that kind of layered over the abs. I think that would have been a
And you can
better.
see, like, can you? I don't know if it's coming off on camera, but you can kind of see where it's a little more yellow up under here. I put some
Yeah.
gold paint, but it's still not. I mean, it's not the right kind. I think actually, like gold Krylon is basically the actual gold tint of this thing properly.
Ah.
But if you just like touch it with your hands, I mean, it starts coming off instantly. It's
Yeah.
no,
And
no,
see,
no.
that's another reason why I kind of just don't want to even try to fool that figure, especially considering the aftermarket price on it. I don't want to pay like that much for something that is that delicate. So, like, I'm definitely glad I was able to get the Captain Thunder variant. That one was actually cheaper to buy than the standard version,
Of course.
oddly enough.
Yeah,
So,
which is like why I'm glad I could make that video, because yeah, I look at it like I took the hit for everyone else.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you.
No, I mean, seriously, like, I mean, it's why I do it. I was like, the very first thing I did, I was like, oh, ooh, 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 and I made a little short. Hey, buyer beware. This is not a good
But I
figure.
remember I actually got the comic with Captain Thunder in it, like in my teenage years. It was one of the back issues that I acquired, and I'm like, who's this dude who looks kind of like Captain Marvel, but it got a different emblem, and that's weird. And I read the story and I loved it, so I was able to. I'm glad I was able to get this kind of unique version of the character. Let's phrase it that way, because he's definitely Captain Marvel in pretty much everything but name. So, hell, these days, Captain Marvel, it's not even Captain Marvel in name.
No,
But,
he's not. Yeah, it makes me very, very frustrated.
yeah. So,
Like, Shazam is the wizard, it's not him.
Yeah, I suspect the real reason they did that, they talk about like legal reasons, but I think that's a bunch of BS. I suspect the real reason is because they knew they were going to have the movie coming out, and they did not want to say the M word in a DC movie. I suspect that's the real reason. So, but I could be wrong. Like I said, just a theory that happens to fit the facts. So,
Well, I
oh
mean,
yeah,
wasn't the name changed a long time? Wasn't it like done in like, I don't know, like
Okay,
2000?
So basically what had happened is during the time period when nobody was allowed to publish Shazam comics, let's put it that way. Marvel Comics, and I get why they did this. It was actually a smart move on their part, so I'm not trying to talk smack about Marvel Comics when I say this, is like they snatched up the name when it had kind of lapsed and there wasn't a trademark on it anymore. So they snatched up the name and made their own character called Captain Marvel so that nobody else could. And in fact, at one point, another company had tried to do a Captain Marvel. That was that weird Android version that could split off his body parts. I don't know if you ever would have heard of that one. It didn't last too long. But yeah, so they when that company went under and Marvel had the chance to snatch up the trademark on the Captain Marvel name, they did. And like I said, I don't blame them for that, because why would Marvel Comics want anybody else to publish a comic book with the name Marvel on it? Like, you can see how that would be something. This was something that Martin Goodman He was the mastermind of that. He was the guy who said we gotta snatch this name up. And Stan Lee wasn't even really interested in writing this new Captain Marvel character, and I think he quit halfway through the first issue and just gave it to Roy Thomas. Was like, do whatever you want to with this. But yeah, that's where the Marvel character came from. So you notice every few years, whether it's successful or not, Marvel tries to publish a new Captain Marvel series so they can keep this trademark.
Yeah.
Now, when Jack Kirby went over to DC, Kirby was actually a fan of the original Captain Marvel character and had said to the guys at DC, nobody can really publish this comic but you because of the legal issues. But you guys could license it from Fawcett, and we could do Captain Marvel comics over here. And Kirby, unfortunately, was not able to do the comic for whatever reason. It would have been great to see Jack Kirby do Captain Marvel, but since Marvel Comics had already copyright like trademarked the name Captain Marvel, they weren't allowed to really call a comic book Captain Marvel, and that's why they called it Shazam. And in fact, other than like a few issues where it'll say the original Captain Marvel on the cover, they kind of tried to avoid even naming the character on the cover, call him like the world's mightiest mortal or whatever. So that's the reason that they can't have a comic book called Captain Marvel, but they were still allowed to call the character Captain Marvel within the comic book. So he was always called Captain Marvel up until like around the time that they did Trials of Shazam, which, like I said, that was when they were first really starting to seriously try to get the Shazam movie into development. And I suspect that part of that was since they had Marvel movies that were big at that time. I think at least Spider-Man and X-Men and Fantastic Four. That was a point where like Marvel was really starting to become like a big mainstream brand, and where they're like, we don't want to even say that word in our movie. That's what I suspect. That's what I suspect is the real reason. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's my theory.
I don't even know what word you're talking about, but okay. I mean, I'm perfectly honest. I have really no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't read a lot of the Fawcett comics, so I don't know if I'm missing something here.
Yeah.
I just always liked. By the way, I don't know if you like. At one point in time, it was called Billy Batson.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like back 2008 or 2011, or that's what they were calling it, Billy Batson at the time.
Yeah. I think that at some point the movie was going to be called Billy Batson and like the Power of Shazam or something like that. Like almost like it was a Harry Potter kind of thing. Like I guess it would make sense to have like, Harry Potter was like huge at that time. So you got like this boy with magical powers. We might as well try to, Lone Dragon says Mortal Kombat versus DC came out in 2008, and he was called Captain Marvel in that. That's true. That's actually a good. That's actually kind of like what my point is like, since it's not like trademarked, that within they can use it within the story, but they can't use it on like a comic book or merchandise or anything like that. That's why anytime you see an action figure of this guy, even though technically this is called Captain Thunder, but he was called Shazam on the action figure package. I get into kind of debates about this slightly with a friend of mine who's like really adamant about that, but I'll call the figure Shazam a lot of the times because that is the official name of the figure. But the character, I pretty much always refer to him as Captain Marvel, the character itself. And I don't care what he's called in whatever movie or comic at the time. He's always Captain Marvel to me. So I don't have to worry about Disney's lawyers coming after me for that stuff because I'm just a fan. So let's go ahead and get her jacket back on since
I'm an
I'm
AC.
done with that. So, and what did I do with her cord? There's her cord.
So she's got
And
some.
I think,
I do like Power Girl's little alternate hands here. She can actually
yeah,
hold something, even though she has nothing to hold besides a
yeah.
cat.
Well, it's nice to have. I like having different display options
Well, I
for
mean,
my
I've got this
figures.
big staff from that 2-pack of Doomsday and Henry Cavill, um,
Hmm.
from the movie, that big
Yeah,
kryptonite staff.
yeah,
Like you can hold that.
yeah. And the armored version of Batman, like the standard armored version of Batman, I don't think he comes with that staff. So you can always give it to Batman if you want to. There's a platinum version of the armored Batman that does come with the staff. So I don't know why that they don't both come with the staff. I'm used to platinum versions just being kind of like a different paint job or whatever, not having like accessories that are unique to that figure. But that platinum
Right.
version is the one where they painted the radiation, like the kryptonite radiation reflecting on his armor. And I do have both of those, so I'll probably be opening those up when I get back around to doing DC Multiverse again. This is
I'll
just
say
a
it.
this is just a
I don't.
segue. This is just what do they call it? Drawing a blank on it. This is an interlude in in a big space of Masters of the Universe. Pretty much is what I'm doing right now. But
Yeah,
I'll get
I've
back to
noticed
DC
that you do.
Multiverse eventually.
And by the way, this is a Masters of the Universe. Well, I zoom out here, because this this is every. I mean, starting down with the the original He-Man stuff. They have the movie, New
Yeah.
Adventures, Origins, 40th anniversary,
Hmm.
and then not Origins. I'm sorry, New Eternia, and then New Eternia Duncan.
New Attorney is really cool. I like a lot of that stuff. I love
Yeah,
Origins.
I'll
I open a lot
customize
of
my New
those.
Eternia He-Man. I'll show you what I did to it. I gave him a
Okay.
cape for one, which I'm gonna
Yeah.
make bigger. But
Yeah. Now, how do you have the cape attached on there?
I just tucked it in, just for
Okay.
now. It's a prototype.
Yeah.
It was actually a cape I made for Superman, and
Yeah.
but I like this isn't like that one, like the one I showed you earlier has better fabric.
Yeah.
This is a little
Yeah.
super fabric, and I was just kind of like, I'll just use that one for Superman,
Just to
and
see what it looked like.
yeah,
See, like,
and so far I just had it on display because I haven't gotten around to doing it, but it still looks fine. I
mhm.
just wish the cape was a little bit wider, more like the I'm gonna try to make the cape more like the Dolph Lundgren size here,
Yeah.
more complete.
Yeah. That's kind of the proportions I was going for with this one. And mine is attached with, because I wanted it to be removable. Because, there's some scenes in the movie where he's not wearing the cape. So I've made it so that it has like these elastic loops that kind of wrap around the shoulder plates. So the cape is removable. He can,
That camera, I mean, and like turning it front and back because I want to see that thing. That thing looks really good.
the which one?
The one in your hand. Can I
Oh,
see this more? Oh, dude, I would have gone freaking nuts as a child.
yeah.
I mean, because
Because
they didn't have anything.
I always wanted the movie versions of He-Man and Skeletor back then. I thought that would have been really cool. So there's going to be some liberties taken to this. Obviously, like he's got the Thunder Punch He-Man crest on there because I couldn't find the movie version of the Great Skull crest, but I think that one works pretty well. I think it seems like something they would have done on the toy anyway for branding purposes. And I'm gonna keep the furry trunks because I always felt like they should have kept the furry trunks in the movie. That's just I felt like that would have made it work better. But yeah, I've
Uh,
got that shin armor I'm gonna put on him, and this is just kind of the new Eternia, you know, harness, and it fits on him pretty well. It's a little bit loose, but just a little bit. It doesn't fit quite as tightly as a standard Origins harness does, but it fits on him well enough. and I wanted the cape to drape in just the right way, and I didn't want it to get in the way of the storage for the sword, so you can still fit the sword in there. It still works just fine. So, and this is you can find this one in like a weapons rack on like Thingiverse or Cult 3D. This was actually a free download. The sword that they had with that was based on the movie version. So
But I'm walking funny because I worked out my legs 2 days ago and or no yesterday or 2 days ago I don't know it, and I just realized when I got back up ow
oh,
ow
that's when it hit you.
ow ow ooh
I do have a Dolph Lundgren head that I downloaded that I could print one out at the origin size and put it on here, but I don't know if I'm going to because then I have to match paint, and that's just going to be a pain. And like I said, I kind of felt like the 2000X hairstyle was at least close enough to the kind of hairstyle he had in the movie. It's not at 100%, but it to me it works. I kind of feel like it works.
I
So
mean it's
Lone
better
Dragon,
yeah it's 90%.
yeah, yeah. It's a little more tousled and not quite as feathered as his
Yeah,
hair in the movie. It
not as
like
mullety. I mean, the
yeah,
only other one I found that did kind of come close to if you look at the Masterverse, and it's crappy, but because he's got the ponytail and it's a little longer in the back, the
yeah,
New Adventures, but that's really the only other one that works.
yeah. So, and I wasn't able to get that new Adventures Masterverse figure. I had it in my hand at one point, but I just didn't have the money for it at the time. Skeletor too, and I really would have liked to have had that Skeletor figure, but oh well, just wasn't in the
Man,
cards.
you know, if you were here, I don't know if people don't like He-Man out here because like man, I got like a bunch of them. Like, I think Skeletor from because I went to Target. Even though Target did set website said they didn't have them there, and I was gonna have to go over to a different Target to go get Skeletor from the '87 movie. I
Yeah,
got him for like under $20, and I got same for Dolph Lundgren's, and same for like I mean like I don't know what it was, but the Masterverse like just was not selling. Man, every time I go over there, they'd be on clearance unless
yeah.
they were brand new.
I've never seen any of the movie figures at retail. So,
Oh,
and
oh.
Skeletor is expensive to get right now. I was lucky enough to get the He-Man figure when they had that back up on back order on
Dude,
Big Bad Toy Store. So I do have that one.
they
And in
had
fact,
so many of the movie versions at Target, like,
oh geez,
and they were all on sale, like on clearance. Like I
the
think they were eight,
distribution
like fifteen
on
dollars or eight, or no, I
oh
don't know, it
geez,
says $17. I think, yeah.
the distribution's just been whack with He-Man stuff. And like for me out here, like for the longest time, all I saw of Origins on the shelves was that wave with the fleshy Stratos and Sorceress and Jitsu and Buzz Off, and I would see those just literally all the time.
Yeah, I saw
And I
those
think
too. I know exactly. Yeah,
it was
I've got two of Buzz Off, and I
yeah.
got them on clearance.
And then finally I saw the wave with I didn't even see the Sunman figure, but I saw the wave with I saw the 2000X He-Man and Skeletor, so I was able to get them. And I forget what else was in that wave, but I don't think I saw that. Mantenna? I think it was Mantenna. Yeah, I think I got Mantenna. Sunman was the one that I wasn't able to get, which is crazy to me because if you look online, Sunman is ridiculously easy to get for ridiculously cheap, but I never saw him at retail, not once.
I
I
did
did see the
actually.
3-pack.
I saw him at retail, and I was like, and I wanted to get him, but like,
Mm-hmm.
I was. I just literally had too much stuff to carry at the moment, and
Yeah, that'll happen.
and like, yeah, because they had him for sale over at this Target that was
Yeah,
and it didn't have a large toy section. I was like, "Oh, Sunman," and my wife was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, it's a black character that a mom made for her kid who was a He-Man fan. Not important,
Yeah.
but yeah, I want him."
Honestly feel like that part of the story is more fascinating than anything that actually exists in like the mythos of the character. I kind of feel like that's the appeal to me, is that like this mom made the character for her child. Like that's something that I really like. But I was able to get finally. I missed out on them at retail, but I was able to get the both the 3-packs, and you can see this one is marked down to like $15. So I was like most of the exclusive stuff like this, like a big set like this, I'll try to wait for it to go on clearance. But with these, they just got snatched up like immediately, and I missed out on them at clearance at Target. But I was able to get both of them for each of them for less than $30 a piece. So still way less than retail, because I want to say the retail on these was like 50. So getting them for less than 30, that's still like, almost half off. So I still did pretty good on those, I feel like. I don't think that these characters are as impressive looking as the other 3-pack, where you had Sunman himself, and then Pighead, and Space Sumo, which I like ninja characters, so obviously Space Sumo was one that I was into. But these guys just look like they have weird gimmicks, so it's gonna be fun to open those up and talk about them, and just be like, kind of like, what the hell, man? I don't know what's up with these. But this guy's a kickboxer, so that's cool.
Gosh, I feel bad. I don't know. Like for if you paid full price for any of the Masters of the Universe Revelation toys.
Yeah, and those were all like.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Because I looked at like Battle Cat, and I was like, $70. And I knew the storyline, and I mean, I worked in consulting, and I would tell companies, like, when it comes to gender swapping, it's like, no, boys are not sexist. Let me tell you what it is. When a kid plays with a toy, they are pretending to be the toy in the hand. It's role playing. It's basically a form of acting. And boys, just on the average, don't typically want to pretend to be girls.
It's the difference between how boys and girls play with things, because the boys tend to pretend that they're the toy, that they're He-Man. But the girls tend to pretend the toy is them. So Barbie is them. So that's kind of like the difference between how that works. I don't think that the toy companies really understood that until Lego figured that out when they did their studies on trying to get, how do we get more girls to play with Legos? And that was they studied the way that children played with the toys, and that was an observation that they'd made in their market research as far as that goes. But yeah, like, honestly, I think a big part of the problem with I actually enjoyed Revelation. Like, I had issues with it. Like, I think everybody has issues with anything that they watch. But my thing with Revelation is I think they would have done a lot better if they'd have marketed it differently. And the reason they got accused of the whole bait and switch thing is because they had that trailer where it was all just He-Man doing badass He-Man stuff for the whole trailer, and it's all stuff from the first episode, and then he dies.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, I'm sorry, I don't watch He-Man to see a. Now, I did this thing where, like, I took Tila's body, and I just, like, made her hair a little different.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, that's a man. Like, I also like kind of, I mean, and the only way that a female could achieve a body like that is if she's taking cross-sex hormones, and quite a bit of them. I took pictures for I was a photographer, and occasionally I subbed in and worked with a few female bodybuilders when my friends couldn't be there those days. And I had one close friend who was a female bodybuilder, learned a lot about that life, and
Mhm.
it's not good. Don't be encouraging every. And then I see girls hurt themselves in the gym trying to be strong women. It's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Well,
can we
like
just knock this
like
off?
I'm not an expert on such things, but I do know that men and women are built differently,
Well, yeah,
and
and like,
you know.
okay, and I hate to kind of like mention her. Like, there's this woman in New York
Mhm.
City, very beautiful girl, and very strong girl, worked out all the time, very fit.
Yeah.
She was did yoga. She was also very very flexible. She could do these incredible poses. Well, the she listens to the media too dang much, and she made these incredibly stupid risks that I wouldn't take. She went
Mhm.
running in the park at night with headphones on,
Uh,
and a skinny little 18-year-old boy pop and did some horrible things to her, and
yeah,
and then and she's no longer with us. And
that's unfortunate.
and I'm like, but you go back and you look at her social media and you look at it like, yeah, she bought the lie. She bought the dang lie. Dang it.
Uh,
It's we all have our places, and like that's why I say, like, my wife and I work so great together because she's great at
yeah,
everything I'm bad at, and I'm great at everything she's bad at. So
yeah. Well, that's how you make a good team, like just in general. So, let alone a marriage. So, like, my thing with Masters of the Universe is that, like, I realize that there's fantasy elements to it and sci-fi elements to it, but I kind of feel like the overall aesthetic of it works better when they lean into the more like the fantasy, the barbarian, the like I said, I kind of felt like in the movie He-Man could have used those furry trunks, and
yeah,
so so
that's what people at
so that's
Sony kind
my
of
main
thought.
issue with how they redesigned Tila in this is like, I like this design of Tila where she's wearing like the fantasy type outfit. And I like this design of Tila where she's wearing the fantasy type outfit. And I like this design of Tila where she's wearing the fantasy type outfit. This is a little more Quentin Tarantino fantasy, by the way. But sorry, couldn't resist. I had to make that joke. But the the costume that they had her in for the bulk of Revelation was like, to me it leaned too far into the sci-fi element of it, and it looked like a Star Wars character, like the overall design of, we can talk about like them making her physique too masculine or whatever, and I'm just kind of, okay, well, that could be like stylistic choices, maybe that's just how this guy draws or whatever, but I honestly feel like they really should have leaned more into the fan, but I at the same time I kind of feel like story wise they were kind of trying to make a Tila that didn't really want to be Tila anymore, and she
Yeah,
was
and
trying to get
also
away
like
from that
she was
magical
way.
aspect.
I mean, like she's like being like, way to make it about yourself, lady. So like you're mad that like Prince Adam was He-Man. Okay, yeah, he just died, and you're making it all about you. Shut up.
I think that would have worked better if they'd have actually had a moment where she had that moment of clarity where she realizes that she's been kind of a jerk about this whole this whole thing, and like, yeah, it sucks that Adam didn't let me in on his secret, but maybe I kind of overreacted a little bit, like having that kind of moment.
Yeah, yeah. But in regards
So
to the toys, what I sat by and waited. I was just like,
mhm,
let me see what's gonna happen. Here we go.
yeah,
So
and
I watched Battle
I'll
Cat go from $70 down
mhm,
to, I think when I got him, I got him for 20.
yeah.
Or like, yeah,
Which is
nineteen
a
ninety
really good
nine.
price for that.
Yeah. Well, and the only reason I got him was because I got the 40th anniversary He-Man, and I was like, well, I
Yeah,
got to sit him on top of something.
yeah, exactly.
And
So
yeah.
I was gonna say this one. No kidding. I found her at Ross Dress for Less for $5. And I'd literally never seen her at retail before then. And I've seen her at retail once afterwards. I saw her at Target, but this figure is like a ghost at retail. I've never, other than those two times, this time that I got her for $5, and the other one that I saw at Target, she just wasn't around. So yeah, and this is a good figure. I like this figure. This is a good Tila. And I like her with the hair down. I think that looks good, and she
Yeah.
looks good with the more filmation-y looking hairstyle. It's fine either way. And I like the Sorceress Tila. That was kind of one of those things where I kind of felt like that was stuff that they set up in the Filmation cartoon that eventually she would become the Sorceress. So I'm like, okay, well I'm fine with that being a big part of the storyline or even the storyline. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I think the main mistake that they made, like I said, was they played up He-Man so much in that first trailer and just had him doing all this He-Man stuff, and then they kill him off in the first episode, and he doesn't show up again until like halfway through the first season, and then they kill him off again. It's like,
Yeah, and you know
you have
what?
to
Like
wait
once
for the
prices
second
get that,
half of that season.
I saw you talking like $5, and I saw actually that He-Man recently for like I don't know $10 to $12. And when
Yeah,
prices go that low, I
yeah,
told my wife I was like I'm actually thinking about buying this figure, even though I don't like this He-Man. I don't like that. But and she's like, why would you? I said, parts.
hmm
I could use them for parts.
yeah,
I
and,
mean, at
and
that point, it's worth it.
the sword that comes with is pretty cool. The weapons that come with it are pretty cool. The thing that I don't like about the He-Man figure is that, like, the Revelation He-Man, the first one, is that his skin color is just kind of like too much on the yellow side. It looks like he
I'm
has
about to say he looks
jaundice.
a little jaundiced. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have the battle armor version of Revolution He-Man here, and he has a much more natural skin tone and a better head sculpt. So if you wanted specifically the Netflix version of He-Man, and he does come with the cross harness also, I would say try to get this one because it's a much better version of a much better figure of that version of He-Man if you did want that version of He-Man specifically. And he is one that actually is like it's hard to find him for retail price right now. And I'm lucky I was able to find two of them in the store. So I do have two of that one.
Oh, is it
But
the Revolution one?
yeah, that's the one from Revolution. And both of these Tilas came out with the Revolution line, even though that's what she looked like at the end of Revelation anyway. But and I always really liked the green goddess character, so I liked having Tila in that look. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh,
So
just it's right in front of me. By the way, just so you know, the new Batman that 89 that McFarlane just released.
yeah,
Yes, it does come with a bunch of accessories, two of which
yeah,
are complete crap. The cape is atrocious, and it's the same exact figure as the movie version.
yeah,
Which, by the way, if you look at it under any spectrum of light besides, like if you put an LED light on it, right, like bang, you'll notice that the abs are green, dark forest green, and the
really.
legs are dark forest green.
That's yeah. I do notice that a little bit. That's strange. And
I mean,
also, I think I like the emblems
incandescent light, you
better on
won't
this
see
one.
that.
Yeah.
But LED light and some fluorescence, yeah, like in blue light.
Well, I
And they
think
fixed that.
I
Right?
have enough of a visual range in terms of colors that I can actually make it out a little bit. Just in this is not even bright light at all, but I can kind of make out a little bit of a greenish there now that you mention it. I hadn't looked too much at it, but the
And they
batarang
fixed that.
is weird shaped. He's got the throwing stars, which I don't believe he ever actually used in the movie, but they were props that were made for the movie. And he's got like I guess that's the little microphone that he's talking into when he
Yep.
tells the Batmobile stop. I'm guessing that's what that is.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I mean, I've got that same microphone
that looks
piece
fine.
for the Mezco,
Yeah,
the Beast Kingdom one because it's the same car, so he's got that same thing. But the sticks though,
yeah.
like
I'd noticed looking at pictures of it that it had this kind of stick system, and I mean, we'll see how it turns out when I open it, and if I can do anything with it. But
don't
like, I
open
was
it.
really disappointed that he didn't just have a wired cape. I think the wired cape would have worked better.
Yeah, and see, when I ordered it, I thought it was a wired cape because I just like kind of glanced at the picture. I didn't look like intently like
Died.
the black on black. Oh no, it's a polyester cape. It's a really like crappy polyester cape with pockets that you just shove these
Mhm.
little nightsticks into. So oh yeah, it gives it this look that this cape could do with Batman's hands, in
Yeah,
a fighting stance. I
they
mean,
they 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 overthought it is the problem. Is like they already had the right solution just by putting the wires in the cape, but they had to try to get all fancy with it. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna feel about that when I open it up, but I'm not too excited about it. Let's put it that way. And
Yeah,
then
I mean, I opened it up, and like I mean, you see, I haven't taken it. I haven't. I refuse to take it out of the shell.
yeah,
I'm like, no, 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 no. I opened it. I was like, three times a charm, triple dipping. Will it work out? No.
I'm I'm
Sorry.
kind of thinking that Christian Bale. Hopefully, he has a wired cape, but I can't
It
really
it
tell.
is. It's a
Okay,
much
good.
better figure, and I got that
So
one. I mean, because I didn't have any Christian Bale figures,
yeah,
and so
yeah,
I
I
got
wasn't
that
able
one
to get
because,
the.
like, I figure my son's probably gonna want one when he's 16 or
Never
18
never
or older.
saw that Dark Knight wave at retail, not once. Never saw any of them. So all I've seen is like Jokerized versions of Two Face and Scarecrow, and I don't really care about Jokerized versions. So I wasn't able to get the Dark Knight version of Batman. But honestly, like, and I'm not saying that it's better in the movie, but I feel like the Batman Begins suit works better as an action figure than the Dark Knight suit does. That's my opinion on that. Because like it's a as far as action figures go, it's a little bit sleeker, so it doesn't look quite as clunky with sometimes like the Dark Knight action figures tend to be a little overly detailed, just because of how detailed that suit is in real life. So that's again just my opinion. I think like as far as action figures go, the Batman Begins figure translates better. So, but
Yeah,
feel free to disagree with me on that. That's just my opinion.
but I don't.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to getting both of those opened, even though I do have some reservations about Keaton, unfortunately. I got so much DC Multiverse to open because,
You know, huh? Do you know
well,
anything
I
about
just
Tempest, by the way?
about well, what
Tempest. Do you know anything about Tempest?
Tempest, the Aquaman character.
I guess so. That I mean, it looks like he's underwater. Yeah.
Okay, like looks like a blue Aqualad. Yeah, yeah, that's Aqua. That's the original Aqualad.
Ah.
That's
Okay.
like
Well,
when
this
you stop
dude.
being kind of like when Robin became Nightwing, Aqualad became Tempest.
Oh, okay. That makes sense why he's got like darn like
Yeah,
weird. I mean, the back looks nothing like the figure. I wish he looked more like
yeah,
this. Then, I mean, he
yeah,
looks like a hipster who hasn't shaved and like thinks he's in a rock band or something. I don't know
yeah.
if you see this.
That I believe is the design that they had for Rebirth when they
Yes,
did the Titans
Rebirth.
version of
Yes, he's got on
Rebirth.
the back.
Yeah,
I don't really know anything about him, but I do have the Aquaman digital release. So
oh,
So I was like, well, might as
Yeah,
well. My son will probably, if my son likes Aquaman, he'll like these. I
yeah,
have really no desire to open them. They're for him.
yeah. I never got around to buying that one because, like, the main reason you would buy that one is for the head sculpt, and I wasn't really that impressed with the head sculpt. To me, he looks like Josh Lucas, which is just weird. Like, I never would have thought of that. But
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I mean, I didn't want to buy, but I got this because of what was it? I think this came because of the Plastic Man. You had to
yeah,
get this. You had to get this one to
yeah,
get
the
the
hook
part.
hand Aquaman.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't like this guy at all.
Yeah, I got some nostalgic attachment to just that era of comics in general. So I was I liked the Grant Morrison Justice League, and that's what he looked like in that. So I was happy to have that one. But
Well, my grandmother had me on a steady diet of '60s cartoons, so
yeah.
I saw a lot of
So
Filmation DC.
what my plan is to scratch my Silver Age Aquaman itch is I want to get another of the Task Force Aquaman if I can, because he's the only they all use mostly the same body, but he's the only one that actually has the classic styled Aquaman belt, where it's that flat belt with the more simple sort of A on it, whereas the other ones all have that sort of more modern looking belt. So I want to get the Task Force version again. I want to paint his trunks black, and I want to make a new head for him, which I'm not sure if I'm going to reuse some other McFarlane head, because I figure like uh, the Barry Allen head might work, or the John Constantine head might work, but I might try to 3D print one myself. I do have the file to 3D print the Mafex Jean Paul Valley unmasked head, and I've used that one for Aquaman before because I kind of feel like it looks like Jim Aparo drawing a blonde haired guy, which it is. And Jim Aparo is my favorite Aquaman artist, so I kind of feel like that one works pretty well. But I haven't really decided yet. I guess I'll probably try the other heads on there first since I already have them. Yeah, there's the Toy Biz version.
You like this kind of the kind of classic look, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's the one I grew up with, you know. So and he doesn't even have the black trunks. So, but like the superpowers version had the black trunks, and the old Mego Aquaman, he had the black trunks.
Yeah,
So
it's funny you say that because like on the back.
yeah, I guess they were just trying to save some money on paint apps or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah,
And
I actually didn't wind up buying that one when those were coming out because I still had my superpowers Aquaman at that point, but he broke eventually. So
the thing about like there are trade offs with Toy Biz and DC. I mean, for one, the Toy Biz figures are a lot more sturdy because they're not
yeah,
hollow.
yeah,
The everybody knows that the Kenner ones are hollow with plastic bands.
yeah. And eventually those can tend to break a lot of the gimmicks in there. But Robin still works. He's still got that karate chop, so that's nice. But I
Yeah,
know like I'm actually lucky enough to have like the superpowers Mr. Freeze, the actual superpowers Mr. Not the Toy Biz version, the actual superpowers version. I'm lucky enough to have him, but his punching gimmick doesn't work anymore. Like it just kind of you squeeze his legs, and he just kind of barely his arms will move. Uh, Dark Side still works pretty well. My Superman, I think, still works pretty. My childhood Superman, I still have my original Superman, so he still works pretty well. My
here.
only the only things I have left from my childhood superpowers is I have Superman and I have Dark Side and I have the front piece of the Hall of Justice. Not even the whole Hall of Justice, just the front piece.
Did
Yeah,
you
there he
notice?
is.
like up until I don't know. I mean, not even recently. Like the superpowers by McFarlane. Superman is a wuss. His arms
Yeah.
are small. I mean, it's not even like a contest. Like, I mean, look at this one. This is like the second gen they made, and
Yeah.
like one guy looks like Michael Phelps, the other guy looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean,
Yeah.
do we really need to like this guy versus this guy?
Yeah. And the Batman, the first not this one, not the Dark Knight Detective one. This one is actually really close to the superpowered version, but the first one they did, the Hush Batman, that they've repainted several times since then. He's got almost like it's like his arms are too short, like they're little T-Rex arms. And I do kind of feel like that Batman works pretty well for some versions of the character. So
Yeah.
I've used him for some customs. Like if you saw my Earth 2 Batman figure, that was just a straight repaint of manga Batman.
Okay,
But I do kind of feel like he works pretty well for like a Silver Age Batman still, like as far as that goes. I don't think he works so well for the Frank Miller Batman.
if you look at my very first videos, the reason and how I got kind of strung, I was okay. My channel is, and I'll be doing more stuff like it's more about entertainment news and stuff like that. As I'll be doing, because I'm a member of the academies and work in Hollywood and all this kind of stuff. Know the people, so it'd really be fitting. But I thought, well, this room was a machine shop, and I mean, all like the brick you see, except for like, well, that brick right there, I did the rest, and I put up because I thought, well, I took a look at a couple different sets and Nerdrotic set. I thought, well, I would just put those all together. That would be kind of a pretty cool background.
Yeah.
So my friends at McFarlane, knowing that I told them, like, I really, I see you got that Detective Batman coming out. That's the one I wanted. That reminds me a lot of the one when I was a kid. Like, oh, you like that? I was like, yeah. Like, all right, well, okay, we'll send it to you. Yeah, I'm the first person they sent it to, like by months and months, and they sent me boxes of it. Is this a joke? Like, why do I have so many Detective Batman? They're like, well, you said you liked it. So, like, I literally went off and bought like a 1984 Batman just to compare it with, because still nobody had gotten theirs. I mean, I think I got mine in something like, I don't know, sometime early in summer, and like a lot of people were still getting theirs, like in October, or maybe mine was in, I don't know, like no, maybe it was like March. I don't know, some crazy early like date. Before everybody else got it, and because I was completely confused at first, wondering what kind of joke my friends had played on me. But yeah, so because I used to work in toys, as well.
Yeah. So I'm really, like, again, going back to the Detective Bat, I'm really looking forward to opening this guy with like the Super Friends colors. I love this particular color scheme. I think worked out really well. So Robin, I'm not so excited about. This one I'm excited about. I haven't decided yet whether I'm going to open all three of them in one video or break it up into three separate videos. I haven't really figured that out yet. I've got a lot of superpowers to open anyway, so.
I mean, it's like, okay, so like I looked at like, okay, I could get that, or you think Mafex figures cost a bunch, but like that Henry Cavill I just did, that's on for 60. You can there's a lot you can get out there. It just depends on what you want. I mean, I don't have to, like, I'm not one of those I gotta have them all, because I looked at that, and I just saw nothing. I mean, we already have that figure. We already have both figures. The only difference is a little paint variant and the cape. And to me, that cape is not worth $60. Well, in the end, because it'd be like what, $70 or something like that, because it's 50 plus shipping. So like, what's $60?
I think I paid $50 for for this particular pledge, I think it was 50. I don't remember what the shipping was on it, but I think the pledge
Yeah,
itself.
well, I live in California, so add an extra 10% on top of that.
Ugh, yuck.
Yeah, sales tax is 10% here.
But yeah, like I said, I needed a water vehicle. I needed a water vehicle for my superpowers. I don't have one. This is the first time they've ever done one, and they call it a Bat Multicraft. That's what it was called on Super Friends. Fair enough, but I think of it as it's the Bat Sub. That's what it is. That's what
Yeah.
it's getting used for. I don't need it to be anything else but a
I might
submarine.
get it.
So that's, yeah.
I'm still waiting to get, because like I've got some figures and stuff. Like I'm waiting to get like a good I mean, it's supposed to come out already, and then it's March, and then it's now it's April. But Connor Kent's 6-inch Mafex figure, it's coming out soon. And I've already got, I've got John
Which version
Henry Iron.
Which
I've got
version
the
did they do for
Eradicator.
that one?
Huh?
Is it the Reign of the Supermen version?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I would want.
Yeah, because I've got all of them, and like they're all pretty cool figures. Jesus Christ, darn capes that are wired. Problem with wired capes is that they'll sometimes get stuck behind other figures.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, man, this the Eradicator, they did a great job on. I love him. I mean, he's super posable. Oh God, I hate Mafex's flight stands though. They come apart so easily. But yeah, like you can see, really great job they did here on the Eradicator.
Yeah, that looks good.
Of course, show the cape there. But like, yeah, I mean, he's $100. And then he's got Cyborg here.
I kind of felt like when they were drawing, oh yeah, that's cool looking. When they were drawing Eradicator in the comics, like they gave his cape kind of like this sort of flair to it that reminded me a lot of Jack Kirby's Thor. And the wired cape really captured that. I kind of feel like they got that Thor like quality, that kind of Jack Kirby kind of look to it. Which
because I mean, really cool. like I've got Superman, cool like the Hush Superman over there has a much smaller cape than this thing. This thing is enormous. I mean, look at the amount of fabric they used on this.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly.
I remember reading an interview with Dan Jurgens, and he was talking about creating Cyborg Superman. And he was like, I don't know why people were so surprised when it turned out he was the bad guy. He's got a skull for a face.
He looks like the Terminator.
Yeah. And that was a sort of, I thought they just freaked me out, man, when I first saw Cyborg Superman.
My poor son. I've got massive feet. I feel bad for him.
Oh.
Well, you can't find shoes that fit.
Yeah.
And then oddly, I mean, there's like a one place that like in Hollywood, one store I found called, I don't even know if they're off Broadway. They sell shoes. Yeah, they have a large foot section.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Maybe I just go there at the weird times, but like, chicks will be hanging around there, and like, they'll hit on you.
They're looking for the guys with the big feet. We know why. We don't have to say it. Lone Dragon will probably say it if you still watch.
Oh God, yeah, and yeah, we're size 14 and 15, but like my feet were this size when I was 5'9", so I look like a clown.
Oh, geez. It's like when you see the puppy, when you see a puppy with like really big paws, and that's just going to grow up to be a huge dog
Yep.
because his paws are just like gigantic.
Yeah, that's what I like about my girl, and I mean, I miss my golden retriever.
Yeah.
He was 14, but yeah, he had
Aw.
giant paws. And he was a baby. And I've got a really cute picture of him as a pup when he like the day I got him. He's 6 weeks old, and like I'm taking a picture. I'm just like gonna take a normal picture of him. Right at the last second, he lifts his paw and kind of smiles. I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, all right.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've gotten lucky a few times. Those pictures.
Yeah.
Like another picture. The time I was my friend was up above. I was in the water, like swimming backwards, and
Mm.
he was a few months old by this point, and but still quite a puppy, and he was jumping up like out at me, and like I think maybe like the front paw, his front paws are just barely touching the water, right, perfectly freeze framed. Because like he jumped out into my arms, and so that was pictures.
Yeah.
My son decided to smile, giggle, and look at me when I was kissing him, and my wife was taking pictures in the hospital. And I was like, okay, we're framing these. She goes, yeah.
Nice.
So,
Oh.
but I mean, like, I'm a little surprised that you don't have kids. I mean, I'm sorry not to dig into it, like, because it just seems like you'd be like a really awesome dad.
That's a nice thing to say. Thank you for that. That's
Well,
nice to hear.
I know I mean, growing up, if I had an uncle like you or a dad like you, it would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah. When I was visiting my parents recently, my nephews came over, and like before they even came through the door, I heard the youngest one say, "Where's Uncle Alan?" And I'm just like, "Oh, that's that's nice to hear."
Yeah, man. I mean, you're doing something right.
Yeah, it must
If that's
be.
a big deal.
I don't know what it is.
Well, and one way, like, and it's not to be insulting, but insulting, but they feel like they can probably. I mean, I'm sure they see your toys and stuff. They probably can relate to you, and but that's not a bad thing. I wish more adults were like that, because I say never let the child in you die, because that's when you start kind of being stuck in your ways.
One of my favorite lines ever from Doctor Who is, "There's no point to being grown up if you can't be childish sometimes."
And the man who said that,
the greatest doctor of all, still, as far as I'm concerned. Yep.
Tom Baker.
Yep. That's
And of course,
there were great doctors before and great doctors since. Oh yeah, I got that one. But yeah, the for me, Doctor Who, I'm always going to think about the guy with the scarf. The all teeth and curls.
Yep. That's what John Pertwee called him. Pertwee's when he was talking to Sarah Jane in the Five Doctors. You mean the new all teeth and curls? Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's me, but he's not me yet. Well, I'm not him yet. So
it's good stuff. I was glad they brought her back to be his partner in that episode, because I always thought they had really good chemistry.
Yeah.
So I like Pertwee an awful lot too. He's probably my second favorite. At least, definitely out of the classic Doctors, he's my second favorite.
You know how he cheated death in World War II, like barely, right?
I think I've heard something about that.
So he got a promotion off of his ship, which was the flagship of the British Navy, right? So
yeah,
and I think it began with an H, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Anyway, it wasn't the Hun, was it? No. It was the
Hmm.
Hun. I can't remember. Anyway, so he's on this ship. He gets the like promoted. Oh no, the Hood. It was the Hood. It was the Hood.
Hmm.
So he's and the day after he gets off the Hood, it's sunk by the Bismarck, and everyone dies.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would be something where like I would be feeling some serious survivor's guilt over that, because I would be grateful to be alive, but then I'd be thinking about all my shipmates that weren't. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That
I
would be
mean,
something that would,
yeah. He was
you
probably just
know.
like, having a meal and joking around and sharing some drinks with some guys, and then, 2 days
Hmm.
later.
Yeah. So that would be like, I think, a hard thing to live with. It kind of makes me think about like different sort of thing, but it's still kind of in the same ballpark. I think with the famous story of Christopher Lee on the set of Lord of the Rings, and uh, Peter Jackson's trying to tell him to cry out when he gets stabbed in the back, and Christopher Lee's just like, "Do you know the sound that a person makes when they get stabbed in the back? Because I do." Like, you don't cry out because the wind is driven from your lungs. And the way he's talking about it, Peter Jackson knows he's talking from experience. Like Christopher Lee, he was in the real life league, Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. He was that in real life, and his cousin was Ian Fleming. So there's some who believe that Christopher Lee actually was one of the real life people that James Bond was based off of.
You know who else is
So
friends with Ian Fleming?
Aleister Crowley.
John Pertwee.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I mean, it's rumored also like that some of his stories that he told to Fleming were used for Bond, but I
That
don't
makes
know.
sense. That makes sense, because I always felt like Pertwee was like the James Bond of the Doctor Who's. He
Yeah,
was he was, and I mean this in like the classic sense. He was the coolest.
well,
Like he wasn't quite as you know both Patrick Troughton and Tom Baker before and after him. They played the character, I think, like a little more comedically, and Pertwee played him a little more smooth. You know what I mean? Like, and he was dressed in a way that was like very much of a it would have been like very hip sort of fashionable outfits at that time. It was the same kind of outfits that Peter Wingard wore when he played Jason King, with the ruffled shirts and everything like that. That what inspired Austin Powers later on. So
well, he was
he was
he was a dandy, like
yeah,
a dandy and a
he was
clown.
more suave. That's the word I'm looking for. He was
He
the
was
most
also the
suave.
most talented doctor, supposedly. This, according to some Doctor Who books and stuff I've read. Every doctor has their own talents and specialties, and he's the most talented doctor.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, but again, like that was the seasons where they were kind of trying to cut back on the budget a little bit, and it was more earthbound, and there was more of an espionage kind of element to the storylines with Unit and everything like that. So it kind of makes sense you'd want to take the character in a more sort of Bondian direction as far as that goes.
Yeah,
So.
and I've never watched the show, but
Mhm.
before Doctor Who was on, there was a show that was a lot like Pertwee's era called Quatermass.
Ah,
Never
yeah,
seen it.
Quatermass.
Yeah, and like every British person I've talked to says, like, yeah, until Pertwee got his dematerialization
Hmm.
circuit back, uh, he was stranded on Earth. It was like watching Quatermass.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've never seen the actual show of Quatermass either, but I'm pretty sure it's been a long time. I would have seen it on VHS at the time, but like they made a couple of movies of Quatermass, and I'm pretty sure I saw at least one of those. But it's been so long, I kind of just barely remember it. But
Oh, movies. And so I'm sorry. Before I forget, because I was going to tell you this earlier, and oh God. So, I don't know if you knew like, about me working on the He-Man movies, but way before it got over to where it is now. I was working
yeah,
on with Joel Silver over at Warner Brothers back
yeah,
in
because that
2007,
thing's been in
2008.
development literally since the '90s. It's like they've been trying to make that thing.
Yeah. That's right. Universal Soldier is like supposed to like is what it like this that like the Dolph Lundgren sequel morphed into, and that's why he's in it. And actually,
Yeah,
if you look in at like you can see in Universal Soldier
yeah,
some of the costumes that were actually made for like the Skeletor and some of the other bad guys. They repurposed
yeah,
them and like redone some stuff, but like they're there.
yeah.
Um. Anyway, so at Sony, when Amy Pascal was still in charge,
Mhm.
horrible lady.
Yeah,
I mean, not personally, just her choices and taste and
yeah.
whatever. So,
I've seen Ghostbusters remake, so that's
what?
so I've seen the Ghostbusters remake, so
Yeah, and she wanted to do a movie called He-Man versus Barbie.
yeah, I remember hearing about that and just being like, how? Like, what is that going to be a like? The only way I can think of that might work is if it was like a Toy Story kind of thing where they were literally
Yeah,
like toys that came to life.
that's what she was
That's the
thinking. That's exactly what she was thinking.
oh
And
geez.
and there was a consultant, there was a male consultant there. It was like, and I not just consultant, it was kind of a higher up guy. And he goes, uh, I don't think that's a well, because he kept on trying to like dance around it, like, but they didn't want to say that's a stupid idea to her
Yeah.
outright. So he's like,
The most polite way I can be able to phrase it is it seems like an idea that would do a disservice to both of those characters.
and that's kind of what
You
he
know?
said. In a
Yeah.
roundabout way, he goes, well, you see, when I look at Masters of the Universe, I see something that has a much more rich universe to expand upon, something along the lines of Lord of the Rings, if we do it
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, really? And Lord of the Rings perk up. Okay, that's a lot more money there.
Yeah.
So like that's how he. So like, hey, idiot, no. Because you got to still stroke their ego.
Yeah. You got to figure out a way to tell them they're being an idiot without necessarily telling them that they're being an idiot.
Right, and because these people, they're really good at failing upward, and like
What you really want to do is trick them into thinking that they came up with the idea themselves.
oh that's the best one, but
It's
then
that
like
kind of ego. It's like the in Django Unchained when Samuel L. Jackson is trying to get him to send Django to the LeQuint Dickey Mining Company, and there's like then he's like, lo and behold, out of nowhere, she gets the idea of selling your ass to the LeQuint Dickey Mining Company. Like, that whole thing. It's like, but he's just there whispering in her ear the whole time. Oh, the ones we sell to the LeQuint Dickey Mining Company got it worse than that. So it's that sort of thing. That's how you gotta manipulate people sometimes, as far as like when they got the power over you, you make them think it's their idea. Now the drawback is if it does backfire, then they all of a sudden remember it's your idea.
Yep.
So, but yeah. Uh, so yeah, Barbie versus He-Man. That was one of those things where I was just kind of like, I think both of those properties would just be better off if they weren't tried to you didn't try to force them together. And of course, we recently had seen that Barbie, when they actually made a Barbie movie, turned out to be a huge hit. And women were coming out to it in their pink outfits, and they were just so excited to have that Barbie movie. And I kind of feel like, you know, if they do He-Man right, you could probably get something like that from dudes my age. Maybe not quite to that extent, because I think Barbie was just such a huge phenomenon as it is. But if you're able to make a good He-Man movie, people my age that got kids and even grandkids at this point, that'll be the sort of thing where they're like taking their kids to see it. This is what I liked when I was a kid. You know, wanting to share it with their sons or grandsons or nephews or whatever. So I see a lot of fathers collecting the origins figures with their kids. I see a lot of that online, and that's nice to see. Like one of the things I actually really liked about the advertising for the original toy line is, if you watch a lot of those original commercials, there's the father is usually a character in the commercials.
In
And
the
he'll
very
even,
first commercial.
yeah, and he'll even play with the kids with the toys and everything. But I kind of like that element of sort of like the male bonding, and the father coming in and taking an interest in what his son has an interest in. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, it's Castle Grayskull. And then Dad, quick, turn the throne. And Beastman falls down the trap door and that kind of stuff. And there's just like kind of a nice wholesome quality to it that they thought to include Dad into it. And you didn't really see that too much in a lot of toy commercials. You didn't see Dad playing with GI Joe or Star Wars, but you saw him playing with He-Man, and I thought that was a nice touch. So yeah.
Yeah, like in that very first promo ad that you saw, like it was actually for, like, it wasn't even for people. It was for
Mhm.
people. It was for the retailers. It wasn't for the the
Yeah.
masses. That has like
Yeah.
a really amazing animation in it, and
Oh
because
yeah, with the first Filmation animation where it's like fully animated, and it looks almost like heavy metal or something, where it's got that kind of
yeah,
rough look to it, which I really like that. So, and it's funny because like it's a lot of the same actors working on it. Like John Irwin is obviously the voice of He-Man, and sounds pretty much like he does on the show. And Alan Oppenheimer is doing the voice of Man at Arms, but he sounds more like how Battle Cat sounded on the show, where it's that kind of more sort of growly kind of voice, that kind of thing. And I thought that was interesting. I think he did the voice of Skeletor too, but again, it's like a completely different kind of take on Skeletor. It doesn't really sound like that's sort of how he sounded on the show.
yeah. I don't know why they didn't hire him to do the Revelations. I mean, he's
I
cheaper than
I
Mark
think
Hamill, and Mark Hamill. I don't know. I don't really have a lot. Like, I mean, his behavior lately in public is one thing, and then number two,
well,
Lauren has never met him.
hmm
They worked on the same show, for,
that's strange.
and he's never met him. Like,
Wow.
that tells me something right there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like honestly, I kind of felt like the problem with casting Mark Hamill as Skeletor is that he sounds like the Joker. Like, and I can tell he's trying to sound different from the Joker, but he still sounds like the Joker. And I love Mark Hamill's performance as the Joker. Like, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me when I say that's what the character sounds like. That's it's kind of one of those weird things where like that's kind of what the character always sounded like in my head, even before I heard it. But yeah, Skeletor doesn't sound like the Joker. So, and again, I don't mean to throw any shade on the guy. I don't mean to cast any disrespect on him as a performer. Putting aside any sort of recent behaviors or whatnot. But I kind of feel like that's probably part of the problem with that. From what I understand, from what I heard, the reason that Alan Oppenheimer was not Skeletor in that is because the what I heard, I don't know if this is true, is like, since he's gotten up there in age, it's like physically he can't do it anymore. So that's why he
Yeah,
played
you can.
Mossman instead. So,
You
I'd
can.
like to think he could. But that was something, like I said, that I'd heard. I don't know if it's true or not. But
I've
but
heard him
yeah,
do it.
well, there you go. But it's I kind of think part of that is just for the name, so that they could have a
Yep,
name to attach to it.
that's exactly
And
it. And it costs a lot
mhm,
more money for no reason.
yeah,
So, and it's supposed to be a continuation. So why not just hire the guy who can like, whatever,
yeah.
whatever.
I kind of think all of these versions, like, I kind of think they're just different retellings of the same legend, is kind of how I look at them. Because even though it's supposed to be a follow up to Filmation, there's a lot of like continuity blips and things where like it doesn't really fit together. Like this is something I'm kind of adamant about, is they kind of implied, very heavily implied in Revelation, that Man at Arms was actually the biological father of Tila. And to me, that doesn't make any sense, because why would he pretend to be your adoptive father if he's actually your biological father? And something that I'm very firm on is that in the original Filmation cartoon, when when they're talking about Tila's real parents, is you know Man at Arms tells her very specifically that 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 Tila's father was one of the greatest men that he ever knew, and gave his life to save Eternia. And that, to me, that kind of Man at Arms saying that about anybody is not the sort of thing that Man at Arms would lie about. So if Man at Arms says that Tila's biological father was a man who sacrificed his life to save Eternia, then damn it, that's firm canon in my mind. And that means that also it's not Fisto either, because Fisto is still alive.
Yeah,
So I don't buy into that from the 2000X series either.
I always thought. So I guess I had it wrong. I always thought that Duncan was her dad, but okay.
Yeah, he's her adoptive father. That's a
I thought he was. I thought she was the love child of the sorceress, and him.
yeah. Yeah, that's like I think a lot of people think that, but if you watch the episode, I think it's Tila's Quest, where they
Yeah,
actually talk about her origin. Yeah, he says that very specifically. So I'm kind of like, if Man at Arms says that that's what happened, that's what happened. I have no reason to doubt him. That's so. But and then he doesn't tell her at all anything at all about her mother. So, because he's sworn to absolute secrecy. It's almost kind of like one of those Ned Stark kind of things, where like you know Ned's the one thing that Ned Stark lied about was the thing that got him in trouble with his wife. Because he had to let her think that John was his bastard when he actually was not. But but yeah, like I have my own theories as to who Tila's real father is, and how all that fits together. So, but yeah, I think Masters of the Universe is kind of one of those things. Like, there's so many different versions of it that everybody has their own idea in their head about how everything fits together, and I'm no exception to that. And I'm not trying to say that, like, obviously that mine is any more or less valid than anybody else's. So, if somebody wants to think that Man at Arms is actually Tila's biological father, they're more than welcome to. Or if they want to think it's Fisto, that's that's your opinion, man. That's you know,
Like
we
that,
ain't talking about
like that's your opinion, man.
yeah, it's like so it is what it is. So and I think everybody played with these toys in different ways and played with them, according to how they had their thought processes and in terms of how these characters fit together and everything like that. But me, I was one who had the toys like before there even was a cartoon. I think the cartoon came out in '83
Yep.
and the toys came out in '82, like early in '82. Uh, so I had the mini comics to build my mythos on, and by the time the cartoon came on, which I did enjoy watching, like most kids did, but at the same time, I kind of already had crystallized in my head this idea as to what He-Man was, and he wasn't a guy who like magically transformed from a prince into He-Man. He was just kind of like this barbarian warrior who roamed the lands and fought against evil, and that's all he did. Now that having been said, I kind of feel like the Prince Adam version is the one that's more prominent in popular culture now, and the one of the smartest things Mattel ever did was in the classics line. They introduced the idea that there's been more than one He-Man throughout history. So then you can have that sort of like barbarian warrior He-Man and that Prince Adam version of He-Man, and they don't necessarily conflict with each other. It's just, two different heroes who have both borne the mantle of He-Man. And I know some people say they didn't like that because it kind of like lessened the Prince Adam version of the character. Well, he's just another He-Man, and in my mind, I'm kind of like, no, Prince Adam is the last He-Man. That's the thing that makes him special. Is he was the thing that everything was kind of building towards, and all these other people who would have worn the mantle of He-Man, including the guy that I loved in the mini comics. These are just kind of like the guys who paved the path for him to walk on and finally be that ultimate hero who's going to be the guy who brings like peace and stability to this planet finally. So that's my perspective on it anyway. So, as somebody who probably thinks way too much about He-Man than any human being really ought to.
I used to think that I was a giant He-Man fan. I mean, which one to look like him? I mean, I used to be about 50. Yeah, 50 pounds bigger than I am right now, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, it was a big part of my life as far as like when I was very little. Like I didn't want to grow up and be a sissy by any means.
Yeah.
Well, I never had to guess the question.
Mm-hmm. I think that's always been like the main appeal of the He-Man character is like that was something that was in the advertising from the beginning, is that I have the power, and that this guy is like muscles on top of muscles, and that's part of the a kid sees that and they're like, I want to be that. They want to be that heroic physique, that heroic character, and it's not just it's not just the build, it's the man's character, and he's that lawful good kind of hero. That's something that's always consistent through like every version of the character. And going back to the live action movie, like that's why I felt like you can criticize Dolph Lundgren for his inexperience as an actor or for his accent or whatever. But to me, at the end of the day, he was a perfect He-Man because he was able to kind of embody that lawful good sort of aspect of the character. And that's why I still think he was a great He-Man to this day, and I will die on that hill. I will defend him to my dying day. Dolph Lundgren was a perfect choice to play He-Man. Absolutely. So he nailed it.
Yeah, and like the guys who made He-Man thought he was too small. So
Yeah,
what are they going to think
but
about the new guy?
but like, how is anybody supposed to be like the kind of proportions of He-Man? Like, I think like somebody had actually did the math at some point, and like if He-Man was a real guy built with those proportions, he'd have to weigh like 1,000 pounds.
Eh. I mean, they're big guys easily. I mean, like you look at we'll go to Schlierkamp.
Mhm.
Go to
Like even
Schlierkamp.
Arnold in prime, I don't think was anywhere near as big as that He-Man action figure.
No, Arnold was only 230.
Yeah, and I think like Lou Ferrigno would have been larger. He's certainly taller. I don't know if like, proportionally he would have been larger, but he probably I don't let go. God, how much would Lou have weighed at like his prime? He was a big
I don't
dude.
know lose maximum weight. I mean I think it was like 270 and he was
Yeah,
6'5",
yeah.
6
So he's like way taller than Arnold. So I think Arnold's like what 6'1",
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, he was like
Yeah,
6'1", 6'2". Who really knows?
yeah.
With Arnold,
Because
who really
the
knows anything? The guy stole a championship for crying out loud. Literally. I don't know if you don't know about it. Like he just showed up and they gave it to him. He didn't
yeah,
compete that year. He hadn't competed in many years. He just showed up,
yeah.
and that would be
Well,
like, yeah, you won the World Series back about 5 years ago, but you didn't play a single game this year. Here's the trophy. It's like, what? The rules are the rules. You have to either win or place in the top 3 the previous year, or you have to win during competitions throughout the year. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
And everybody wanted it to go to Menser because Menser looked good. He looked right, and they wouldn't give it to Menser.
That's a shame.
And he should have been first. I mean, if you look at the pictures, he should have been first place. They gave him 5th.
Oh, wow. So not even second.
No,
Damn.
not even.
Oh, geez.
And it was just really, really, really insulting. Everyone there started booing. It was a big to do.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
So yeah, I mean, and it pretty much killed Mike. I mean, Mike was in a really bad spot after that. He
Oh, that's horrible.
he started doing a lot of drugs, and then
Oh,
he developed a heart problem and died. So
wow.
yeah, he started doing
That
cocaine and meth. So
oh, meth is
because
something that you do not want to
huh?
mess around with.
Yeah. I mean, like, and it was like, well, yeah, it's bad, but at the same time, I don't think he wanted to do all that stuff. I think
Yeah.
he much rather would have continued on and been Mr. Olympia and but they had to screw him over.
Mm,
Oh, this is a
that's just
little
tragic.
weird little piece here.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Okay. So what the heck's going on? Why is this even, what is the deal? And why, when I shove you back inside the head, do you want to do that? You, Put it in upside down.
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
Well,
It's probably something.
the moment you said, I'm sure you'll figure it out. I had it pop done exactly right, and then all of a sudden it shut off. So I'm like, what in the world happened just then? Like, what's
It's
going on
probably
with
something
this?
like really simple.
Yeah, because like
so simple that you're not even noticing it.
Well, like my glove, like anytime because like I was touching the sides here, and like maybe it's just the contacts, like I said with the battery, but then I tightened the contacts down on the batteries, and that didn't seem to make a difference until I touched the sides. Which is there a broken board or something there?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think it's about time I need to call it a night.
Yes,
I'm gonna have
I
to.
am tired, cold, and my
Yeah.
insulin level is low. And
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was
that
trying to
takes
get
care
this
of
thing
it.
like so I could put it inside the head and to show you how neat it looks like when Superman's eyes are all lit up because it's really really bright. But
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll
I
have a
know.
chance later. It'll be fine. It's
Yeah.
like it sounds like the same thing I go through sometimes where I just get laser focused on something, and like it's hard to shut it off,
Well,
until
I mean, I do like working on electronics and stuff. Oh, and by the way, Mezcos aren't all that expensive. I paid $4 for this one, and I had to have it for a reason.
Yeah.
You ever watch Heroes?
Yeah, I watched it back when it was running, like back when
I never did. I never watched the show. Because of him.
Oh.
My next door neighbor.
Oh.
I mean, not now. He's in New York now. But back when the show was like before the show was even like when he just had the script for the pilot, he goes, "Oh man, this show's awesome. It's going to be like 24 and X-Men combined."
Like,
okay. And the British accent's fake. That's he would rent a room out during pilot season to his friends from England, and they would come over and and that pay for the rent right there. Because also his rent was incredibly low. He was paying $750 for a 3-bedroom apartment, and I was paying $1,200 for a 2-bedroom. I mean, a 1-bedroom.
Wow.
Same building. It's just he moved in the 90s, like late 90s, like 97 or something like that. And back then prices were actually reasonable. This house that I'm in right now, back then, like in 1998, sold for like, I don't know, like it was 200 grand or under 200 grand for sure. Like, and now it's over $1 million.
Oh, geez.
I mean, I remodeled it and stuff, but like the people who made the offers have not even seen the inside of the house because I just constantly get these stupid offers off my door. I'm like, no.
They do that out here too, man. Where like they're just trying to buy like whatever house they get their hands on, and I'm just like, I'm not interested in selling. Like I'm not even like it'll like my I get offers for my dad's house. And I'm like, that's not me. You want my dad, first of all. And second of all, don't try to talk to my dad about it because he won't be having it.
Yeah, it's like me. I mean, I own a relative willed me a house because they thought, and I've basically kept it like a museum to them. I'm like, I'm not gonna sell it. But I've got like half sisters though.
Yeah.
And like one of them's husband has started buying lots surrounding my farm and building homes on them. And like I'm just going, okay, look. To my grandmother, like, you cannot let them get any of the property. I
Yeah.
promise you, I will not sell and I will not deny them access.
Hmm.
But they will develop it if they get a chance. It's
Hmm.
that's the kind of people they are. They never
Yeah.
worked this farm. They never lived on it. They have no connection to it. I have a bedroom here.
Yeah.
Okay. That was specifically designed and built when they built the house for me.
Hmm.
Like, let's make no mistake, they have no connection to this place. They never lived
Yeah.
here. They visited it a few times and they want it because of the money.
Yeah.
That's why my sisters hate me and I don't really care too much for them.
Yeah.
So,
Because they wanted that money. It's like
yeah.
what was the part in Superman 4 when he's talking with the real estate agent and they're like, well, you got an offer for this place sight unseen, and he's like, nope. If anybody's gonna buy this place, they need to be a real farmer. So that seemed like the kind of social commentary Christopher Reeve really wanted to try to do with that movie. From what I understand, the original ending would have had Lacey Warfield buying that farm, the old Kent farm, and actually, running it as a farm. But that was something that got cut out when they butchered that movie.
Yeah. Thanks, Canon. Ugh.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know if there was any saving it after they slashed the budget, but certainly the edit of it didn't help. So there are a lot of
yeah.
problems with that movie, but like at least Christopher Reeve was trying to do something special, even if he wasn't successful, unfortunately. So
Yeah, well, I mean, because he went to John Cryer months later. They made the movie. John
mhm.
Cryer had no idea what the movie. I mean, he had fun working on it, and
Yeah,
he asked him. John asked Chris like, how's the movie going?" And the first words Christopher Reeve, he goes, "Well, it's a mess."
yeah.
So
Uh,
yeah, I guess that kind of
it,
says it.
it's such a shame because he came back with the best of intentions and really wanted to do a fourth one after the third one wasn't so great and kind of redeem it and canon, man. It's like you say, it's Golan and Globus. That's how they gonna do.
Yeah, and
So
um, I like the whole like it's got to go to someone who's gonna farm because like for me like about where I the animals are gone right now because my grandfather's dead and animals need constantly. I had to feed them every day when I lived there, and
yeah,
the cows and stuff, and that's just like that's a lot of time.
yeah.
But so there's like and we planted a lot of pine trees, and they're nearing maturity actually now too, and
Mhm.
but I was like, yeah, we could sell the farm, we could sell all that, but then where's my kid gonna learn how to drive?
Yeah.
I mean, I literally learned how to drive by driving a tractor, then by
Mhm.
driving a manual truck on sand road. Oh no, wait, no, back up. I was allowed to drive the little automatic Nissan first around these certain roads, and then
Yeah.
the tractor that had a clutch, then a truck that had a clutch, and I had to be able to parallel park um, before I could even go get my driver's license. I had to be
Mhm.
able to parallel park like either the truck or a Buick Century.
Yeah.
Um,
I can't parallel park to save my life.
oh well, I was used to be the same way, but living in LA, man, you kind
Yeah.
of like you start getting
You got no choice.
yeah, and I don't like looking just drive up like a bit ahead of the car where my butt's right at its hood.
Mhm.
All right, no, turn into this. All right, there we go. All right, good. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's not hard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, there's my Aunt June. Hi, Aunt June. This is Captain Havfun.
Hi,
We've
Aunt
been having a
June.
conversation. Yeah, my Aunt June. She likes to watch the show, and she keeps she keeps her own hours. She sleeps when she wants and wakes up when she wants, and she doesn't always get to see my show live, so she's always happy to see it. But we're just about to be wrapping things up though. But I'm glad to see you. I hope you're doing
Yes,
well.
ma'am. Nice to see you, ma'am. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Salute to you.
Yeah.
Hi. I
So,
usually when I sign on, like every day when I'm on the news show, I go, hi there, Captain Havfun here.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah. There you go. So, but yeah, we're about to be wrapping things up. I hope all of you watching enjoyed the stream, and as much as we enjoyed doing the stream, and we'll probably try to do this sometime again in the near future. But
Yeah, I
God,
really
it
enjoyed. I
was
mean, I wasn't expecting to speak to talk to you this long, but I really shouldn't
yeah.
be surprised because you're such a cool guy, and you have a lot of really neat interest and knowledge.
I can talk somebody's ear off if they give me half a chance. I really can't.
I enjoyed it.
My uncle Ken used to say that like Alan doesn't have conversations; he holds court.
That's fine. I was listening. It's
We'll
insightful.
have to try to do this again sometime in the near future. Just like my schedule is always kind of crazy, so it's that's what makes it kind of difficult
Well,
sometimes.
you
But
can see mine was too. You met my son. So,
best of luck to you in the near future. Hopefully, we do this again sometime. To those of you out there watching, if you enjoyed it, please make sure that you like and subscribe. All the fun YouTube stuff down below. I can't quite reach it because I got another screen on the side. And don't forget to check out Captain Havfun's channel and like and subscribe if you're enjoying his stuff. And I guess that's it for this time. We'll talk to you next time.
thank you, Captain Havfun.
All right. All right. Have a good one.